Hey, what's going on, people? How you doing? This is James coming from My Take on Reality. If you guys can see me, you can hear me, go ahead, give me that one in the chat so I know that way I'm coming through loud and clear. If there's an issue, please let me know, because I can't tell. All right, I see Kathy Ferran with the one popping right up. Thank you so much, Kathy. Appreciate you. All right, guys, we all have some fun tonight. As you know, we're on a bit of a break, a hiatus with the Sister Wives crew. They're taking a little bit of a break, trying to get their rejuvenation, recuperation, and consolidation together. So, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about some observations about where we're going. I think that's a worthy discussion. Thank you, Cyber Queen Cruz. Love to be seen. For those who were curious, I've been trying to do some things in my studio. I have a new camera that I'm trying to work out so that way I can start doing some videos and things again. I want to get my videos up with my face as opposed to the running the reels or the pictures. As well as I do plan on doing some releasing some more content. Uh, I have to figure out how I'm going to do it though. For those who are joining the memberships, I appreciate you. I have not forgotten you, and I decided what I wanted to do as far as like the value added for the memberships, because that was always a big concern I had as far as the memberships. Like, I don't want to just ask you guys to contribute for whatever and not give you something in return that you might find value. I thought about it, and I think that the best way that I can do it, at least for now, is to put in content in the members section that won't do well on YouTube. Well, you gonna rip us off, James? That's what it's about. Stuff that ain't gonna sell. You just gonna give it to us? No. What I'm talking about is, I noticed that early on, I would do like I had a thing that I tried to roll out earlier initiative called Motivation Mondays, for instance. And on Mondays, I came out with like this whole motivation video or whatever, and it did not do well. It did not do well at all. But there were people who did like it, and I think that a lot of the people who kind of dug it will probably be people who joined the membership. So it'll be things like that, as well as there was an incident that happened with my that I while I'm talking to my daughter about, and it's just something that has always kind of been a struggle uh in dealing with her. Just to give you guys a kind of a prelim, I guess we can talk about it a little bit while we still load the room up. Story time. Um what I noticed early on, especially being a girl dad, okay, when there's certain things growing up as a young man, there are certain things that I notice, ways that I expect to be treated when I deal with people. Hands down, I expect a certain level of treatment when I'm dealing with people. Uh, what I noticed was early on, my daughter wasn't getting that same level of consideration when she would deal with folks. And this started like early on. And it always bothered me. It always bothered me. And this is part of, I think, maybe some of the carryover or splash over I give to Cody, because he reminds me of some of these people and how they view uh his daughters. How he talks about his daughters is pretty much how people try to treat my daughter. And the way it worked out early on was we sent her to a daycare, right? And while she was in that daycare, it just seemed like, because she was very straightforward, she was very honest, like she had observations about things. Like, it wasn't that she was nasty, she wasn't out of place, she wasn't, rambunctious, none of that. She wasn't even a smart ass. Like, I was a smart ass coming up. She wasn't even a smart ass. She would just make observations. People would say things, and if she saw something wasn't fair, she would say something. And it just occurred to me that while she was at this place, she wasn't there very long, but I think she was there long enough that it really bothered me that anytime something happened, they would always try to do something to break her spirits, right? and try to quiet her, dim her light, quiet her voice, whatever the case may be. Like for instance, there was a point where she was getting picked on at the daycare, right? So she comes home, Dad, I'm getting picked on, it ain't right. And I say, you know what? Just tell the teacher, let them handle it, da da da. Because that's what they tell you, right? Now, it's not like back when we was kids, when I was a kid, Gen X, somebody, bully come up to you, you was given different advice. Okay. You were given different advice. It wasn't go get the teacher. It was get the teacher after you put one on them, right? Give them 5 of these. But so I tell her, go talk to the teacher. She goes tell the teacher, and it keeps happening. Persistently, it keeps happening, right? I call in, tell the teacher, and it's still happening. So I say to hell with it. If y'all don't want to fix it, y'all don't want to do nothing about it, then baby, if somebody says something to you, you respond back in kind. But if somebody puts their hands on you or they try to hurt you, then you do what you need to do to make it stop. Then you go tell the teacher. Needless to say, it wasn't even a hot 24 hours after I gave this piece of advice to my daughter. And she went to school, little daycare, and somebody was messing with her. Like 2 girls was picking on her, 2 girls and a boy was picking on her. And one of them messed up, put their hands on her, shoved her. So she put it on them because, quiet as it's kept, I was teaching my daughter how to defend herself because I think people should know how to defend themselves. So she was nice with her hands. And so she put it on them, right? And then I get a call at work from the school. We got to talk. So I come in to pick my daughter up to find out what's going on. The teacher tells me, Mr. James, your daughter was here and some things she got into it with some kids. Now, first off, she got into it with some kids. Not the kids was picking on her. The kids were over there fucking with her, and she had to do what she had to do. No. She got into it with some kids. I already knew it was on some bull stuff. You know what I mean? So she got into it with some kids. And when we broke it up, pulled her off of them. We pulled her off of them. We asked her why did she didn't come and get us? She said to us, I've been trying to come get you. And then she told us that you told her that this is what she should do. And I looked that teacher right in the face. I said, absolutely, I told her that. That's exactly what I told her to do. I told her that if somebody's putting their hands on her, do whatever they need to do, especially if you motherfuckers are sitting around watching it happen. She needs to do whatever she needs to do to keep herself safe. My expectation is that my daughter or my child, my son too, my kids come home in the same, if not better condition than they were when they left the house. Not unreasonable. Right? And we went back and forth. And I told that lady, absolutely. And if you want me to call corporate or whoever, I'll call them and I'll talk to them. Hell, do you want me to stand there? I'll talk to the parents. If you want me to tell the parents, I'll tell the parents I told her to do that. If you want me to do no, we don't want no problems. Okay. All right. No problems. Now, updated. She gets to grade school. And this is like, and we want to pull her out of that situation anyway. She gets to grade school. She's in kindergarten. Has this weirdo kindergarten teacher. I won't even say the lady's name. Weirdo. Right? And we go to it. Like, I spend a lot of money for my house so that I could send them to this particular public schools system. Send them to this school system. I get a call like November. Oh, she's in here. She's not acting right. She's not doing the right thing. Right? So I go in, I talk to the teacher. And as a matter of fact, it wasn't even I got a call. I went in for the parent-teacher conference in November. Right now, I tell them on the first day. When I go to school, I tell the teachers on the first day, if there's an issue, you come get me. I'll come and deal with it. Blah, blah, blah. Open communication. My door is always open. My phone line's always ready. If you have an issue or problem with my kid, let me know. I want to be in the loop. I'm involved. I go in on around like October, November for the parent teacher conference. I find out how she's doing in class. Teacher tell me some dumb shit. She say, "Oh well, when your daughter was here, she got a run in her stockings. She got upset and she started crying because she had a run in her stockings." And I don't think that that's right. And I said, "Well, I know grown folks who, if they go to work and they get a run in their stocking, they might get upset. They might not cry, but they definitely aren't happy. What are you talking about?" And I was like, "If I go to work and I sit down and I bust my pants." Got my ass hanging out at work, and I got a tied jacket around my waist to walk out to my car. I'm not going to be in a good mood either. So I don't know what you're talking about. So we go back and forth. Then eventually it turns into a meeting between her, the principal, and all this. It's just dumb shit, right? And while we're at the meeting, I say, "Well, what is the problem? What is the issue? What happened?" The teacher said, "Well, it all started back in September." And I said, "Well, it's November now. Why are we going back to September? Why didn't you call me? I told you to call me. Okay, what happened in September?" "Well, all the girls will come in and they tell me how pretty I am." And Jay, now this is a grown ass woman. And Jay baby come in, that's what I call my daughter, at least online. Jay baby come in and she never tells me how pretty I am. Are you serious? Lost my shit. And that mean the principal was like, "Sorry for calling you in, Mr. James. We gonna have to talk to the teacher." They wound up having to talk to the teacher. I don't know how she kept her job, but she kept her job. Right? Didn't have any more problems after that. But what it comes down to is, and this is like years and years and years ago. My daughter's an adult now, but ever since she was younger, I noticed that habitually there's always been a force that operates within our, like, a lot of our communities and a lot of our institutions that consistently tries to take the voice, aspirations, and identity away from young women. And they're targeted in a lot of ways for this to happen. Now, how does this play into what we see on Sister Wives? The very organization and institution that the Brown family was a part of does a lot of that. We watched it on television for 19 seasons, where these ladies will come out, like, for instance, oh, the thing that we're always told, the ladies in these situations have all the power. They have all the control, all the say. Cody sits around pretend like he can't decide nothing. He can't even decide whether he gonna tie his shoes or not without asking permission and getting a full majority vote from the wives. That's what he pretended. If the wives don't want somebody in the family, then they don't join the family. But then we watched Christine object to Robyn entering into the family early on. First episode, she actually said something in the first episode about Robyn coming into the family and how she thought that Robyn coming into the family was going to ruin the family. And she was right. And she was right. So, and then throughout those years, throughout that time, you can't tell me that Cody and Robyn and the rest of them didn't actively try to limit and control what was being talked about, what was being said, what was being discussed on those couches, how they talked about not only Cody, but how they talked about each other. They had to keep sweet and pray and all that bullshit. These are things that they use and things that they implement and put into place to keep these women from actually having a voice and being able to voice their opinion. For the most part, they couldn't be people. They couldn't be adults. They couldn't have decisions. They couldn't decide for themselves whether this is something that they wanted to participate in. So when I talk about like some of this stuff, like if I put a video out and said like this is what happened with my daughter, it just frankly with the algorithm and stuff, some people would choose not to watch it, and it would it would do something crazy with the algorithm where not only would that video be affected, but a lot of you would not get notifications when I upload, videos that you might want to see, like Sister Wives or whatever. So I think that what I'm going to try to do is to add value to the members. And sometimes I just need to get some of this off my chest. Like that stuff with my daughter, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that just recently happened that is in line with that I wanted to talk about. And the members place might be a good place to do it so I can unload or decompress, because even I sometimes need somebody to talk to. And I think that that'd be a place. Also, I want to try to do, I was playing around with doing something else I wanted to try to do, but I couldn't figure out how to do it on the regular channel. Um, and that's the My Take on Reality Comedy Club. So I think that I'm gonna try to roll some of that out. And if the video does well, if the members like it on the there, then I'm gonna push it out to everybody and see if everybody likes it. So well, you guys will be my sample group. So I think I'm gonna do it that way. So that's what that is. Yeah, I just, it's just one of those things like that bothered me. It bothers me to this day. Like, and then when I hear Cody, like even talking about, just because it's just something that's been on my mind for the week. Even when I hear Cody say things like, "Oh, I'm not really worried about my daughters," and I gotta deal with my sons, it becomes incompatible with how he approaches it. Because if we break it all the way down, how do we look at it? Cody said early on that he doesn't have anything in common with his daughters. I wish I pulled the clip. He said he doesn't really have anything in common with his daughters. With his sons, he could just sit there and he could have the conversation and he could talk about sports and cars and all these things. But when it comes to his daughters, he doesn't really have a whole lot to say. And this is the time when he was talking about he was going to do a daddy-daughter date or whatever. He was going to take his daughters out for a special day. I think he took Logan too. Logan was basically watching him, if my memory serves correctly. And when you think about it, like even in a comparison that you have with what's his name? Dayton. With Dayton and Robyn's house, maybe part of the reason why Dayton lives in the RV is because that's Cody trying to be the consistent with Robyn's kids. When he turns 18, he has to move out of my house and he has to be outside. But Robyn, of course, can't have him too far, so she makes him live in a parking lot or in a driveway in an RV. But then he has his daughters, and he expects them to all of a sudden just turn themselves over to him, which is why, like, I've seen pictures where they have like the daughter sitting around drinking, um, a little Ariel, or drinking a shot glass or a wine glass, water out of wine glass. But he has his older daughters dressed like they children, like little kids. And I think that that is part of what happened. Like you take the boys, you spend all this time with the boys, shaping and molding the boys supposedly. You ignore the girls, and then as soon as the girls become of age to be sexually active, all of a sudden all attention is placed on them, and all this responsibility is placed on them. And so you just over pressure them into thinking that somehow they're, you have to stay in a certain lane. You have to be a certain person in order for you to be worthy. And that's what we see with the whole asking somebody to join a church and asking for his permission and including him in the joining of the church. So, okay, will you be there to baptize me? Oh, please. Oh, and all that. Like, I refer to it as him infantilizing his daughters and making them seem like little kids. But which I think that I still think that that's what it is. But I think part of the reason why he does it is because he likes to feel like he's protecting them. That like that chauvinist thing where I'm protecting them and I'm looking out for them and this is how I'm doing it. Isn't it great how awesome I am that I'm looking out for my daughters? Not realizing the way you look out for them, at least from my perspective, and this is part of how I wanted to raise my daughter, is that I think that you actually look out for them by empowering them when they're younger. You empower them. You teach them how to have power in themselves so that they know how to move through this world safely and with assertiveness and with independence, so that way when they choose to be with somebody, they're not choosing to be with somebody because they need to be with somebody, because this is the only way that they can survive. So they're trading me in for another man who's going to come into their lives to tell them what to do and instruct her as to how she should live her life and what decisions she should make and how things will be appropriate if she does this and does that. To me, if that were to happen to my daughter, I would consider that a failure. I would consider that a failure. I don't want her to be reliant on somebody else for love and compassion. One of the things that kind of trips me out about that specifically is that when we talk about like the whole idea notion of the traditional family, the traditional wives, trad wives, that's cool. That's a cool thing to do if you can do it and everything is perfect and everything works out. If you are a trad wife, a woman who stays at home to raise your kids, that's awesome if it worked out for you. However, I think that there is a part of that that's a little dark. And I say that from this respect. The people right now who are online pushing the whole notion of Tradwife and the Tradwife movement, first and foremost, it's a humble brag. It's not really a thing where they're saying this is how you should live. It's a humble brag in the instance that I stay home, and like one of the ladies I've seen before, she says, I stay home and I talked to my kids and they wanted cereal. So I went downstairs and I got to work and I made them homemade cereal. Like this lady dressed up to the nines in her house making cereal. And she made the whole mix and stuff. And then she put it on cookie trays. And she made maybe a bowl of cereal per tray. Okay. Now that kind of stuff could take you hours to do, right? For you to make this. My husband's about to come home, and since I like to have him have fresh food every day, I got to work. And she makes like food, and she makes it like this designer gourmet food dinner, and then she bakes bread from scratch. Got to work. Yeah, you got to work because you don't have anything else to do. And that's where the humble brag comes in, because you're living a lifestyle of leisure where you can sit around and make your family cereal instead of just pouring your kids a bowl of cereals, Fruitios, Fruity Pebbles, or whatever the frick, right? Or Cheerios, Kellogg's, or whatever, because they want cereal. You go out and get some store brand cereal, whatever. Instead of you doing that, you baking cereal. That's because you have the time to do it. You have the time and the money and the resources to be able to cut time out. And you probably have a nanny, which is why you're able to spend hours in the kitchen and not actually watching your kids or dealing with your kids. So that part of that trad wife movement is that. Then there's another part where the guys will say, I want a traditional woman. I don't like modern women, which gets into the whole thing of when you watch the red pill folks here online, a lot of times they talk about what's happening. And when you look at their videos, 90% of their videos are like, man humbles modern woman. What modern woman gets humbled. Woman gets humbled. Woman asks for child support, gets humbled. She asks for alimony. She gets humbled. Man asks for a prenuptial agreement. She turns it down and she gets rejected and she gets humbled. Right? It's all about humbling and humiliating a woman instead of supporting them and helping them to be better than they are, just as they're helping you to be better than you are. Instead of you seeking a partner, you're basically seeking an employee. And this is one of the things that, like I said, I see in Sister Wives. Like Cody, he comes out, oh, well, these women are all have hypergamy. So basically, these women are looking to try to get men who can elevate their positions, et cetera, et cetera. That makes no sense to me. Because if you think all women are materialistic and all women are after you for your money, that if you have a certain level of money, you're going to raise these women up. I am the table. What you bring into the table? That's another thing they always say. What you bring into the table, miss? I am the table. You got to show me what makes you worthy for me to want to date you or marry you. But the thing is this, not everybody's wealthy. Not everybody's rich. When you talk about prenuptial agreement, prenuptial what? Prenup what? If you work a 9-to-5 jobs and you barely paying your fucking bills, a prenuptial agreement doesn't mean jack shit to you. Pardon my French. It doesn't mean anything. Okay? You get to keep your bills and I get to keep my bills. Fine, I'm down with that. But you don't have anything for me to take. Why would these women marry you? And then you say that these women are all about the money. They're all about what they can get from you. They're all about the finances. They're all about the materialism. But here's the thing. We sat there and had Cody say that to the Mormon Live guys when he did the podcast. He talked about all these women being hypergamous. Then he talked about how Christine, when she wanted to leave, oh, well, if you leave, I'm afraid that you're going to get a man who's going to come after my money. You're going to try to get my money. Right? But then this is the same guy. Because all these women are nothing but greedy, money-hungry trolls. But this is the same guy who thinks that these women are somehow loyal to him. How the fuck are they loyal to you if they're just there for the money? Wouldn't they be loyal to the money? Wouldn't they be loyal to the opportunity? Wouldn't they be loyal to the advantage that you give them because you have money and opportunity? But if somebody else came along and they had more money, more opportunity, and more advantage, wouldn't they go for that person? I've said this a million times. If I work a job, and at my job, I'm a low level something, right? I'm here, and then I have another job across town that's going to give me a promotion and triple my salary. That's my last day. The day they call me up and say, James, we're going to triple your salary. That's my last day at this job over chow. I'm out of here. See you later. Goodbye. Okay? That's it. Oops. James, you're going to give us 2 weeks. I'm going to give you a half hour. Pack this box up. I'm gone. You can't demand loyalty. That's not a loyalty situation. So it's incompatible. Not to mention with the whole idea of the Tradwife. They're not asking for Tradwives. If you say that you demand as a guy, you demand that your wife be a traditional wife and she's staying home and she doesn't have any money and she relies on you because you're the man and you're the breadwinner, and if somebody break in the house, you're going to be the one to go down there and fight them off, and you talk all this bullshit about way back in the day, men was the hunter-gatherers, and the women stayed and they cultivated the fields and raised the children. First up, if you did any real study, you would understand that women created most of the cities while men were living on the plains. Those men were living on the plains. Secondly, if something were to come into the village, everybody fights. That's how it works. Okay? The ladies ain't running off. They fighting too half the time. But let's pretend that that's a thing. You're the hunter-gatherer, and let's pretend that everything that they say as far as that is true. And I concede that point. If I concede that point, why then do you get upset when they ask for child support? Like Cody's getting hit with child support now. I'm sure he doesn't want to pay child support. But at the same time, if you're the manly man and you're the provider, why are you mad that you're asked to provide? I don't get it. You, the manly man, it's your job as a man to go out into the world, get that good job so that you can provide for your family. Because that's your job, and that's what you're supposed to do as a man. And as a woman, she's the weaker, fairer sex who's supposed to stay home and take care of the kids, and she shouldn't have a job. She shouldn't worry about a job. But when your relationship breaks up, she still has those kids, your kids, that she has to take care of. So as the man in that situation, shouldn't you provide for those kids? Now all of a sudden it's, oh, she trying to She trying to get child support up out me. She need to take care of herself. I don't know why she can't get a job and take care of them kids all by herself. She decided to have the children. Your shit don't match. That's the biggest problem I have with a lot of this stuff. Like some of the discussions and conversations and debates that I see online, that's 90% of the problems I have. Your stuff just doesn't match. It doesn't match with what you say. Women are supposed to be loyal to you, but all women are money hungry, gold digging people. But they should be loyal to their husbands? That doesn't make any sense. They will be loyal to the money. Women aren't supposed to work. They're supposed to stay home and take care of the kids. But if you leave the situation, you leave the marriage, you leave the relationship, does your responsibility to take care of your kids and your responsibility stop? And why are you upset that they're taking you for child support? And 9 times out of 10, let's be honest, they're taking you for child support because not because it's some kind of crazy benefit that they get by going to the court, because they love going to court and sitting there trying to explain to a judge why they deserve to have a little bit of money to take care of the kids that you guys both helped to create. That's not a fun time for women. I've never seen a woman clicking their heels talking about, I got caught today. I got caught today. I'm going to go down and try to justify my relationship with a man who doesn't want me and my kids. It's going to be awesome. I've never seen that shit. Never seen that. I never seen a woman clicking her heels, dancing and whistling, talking about she going to child support court today. And it's going to be amazing. Maybe, Drake baby mama. Puff Daddy baby mama, baby. You know what I mean? Because them idiots are paying a ton of money. Average person, they're not getting nowhere near. What, they gonna cheer to go down and get $50 for 3 kids? Because that's what the average child support is. Average child support for 2 kids is less than $100. Ain't nobody cheering for that. It costs her more money to miss work to go down and try to get this fool to pay $100 a month for 2 kids. I might as well went to work today. I'd have made out better if I'd have did 8 hours plus a lunch. Dumb. But that's one of the things that I'm watching Cody talk about and discuss, about how unfair it is that he has to pay all this money out, and how unfair it is that, Christine decided she wanted to leave. That's another one of my favorite things. There's also a little movement, buzz around the campfire in the Manosphere, where they wanted women to be trapped into these marriages, where they wanted to get rid of no fault marriages. So you can't divorce. So a woman can't say, you know what, this shit ain't working out. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm leaving. So they want to eliminate that to basically trap ladies into these relationships. There was a guy not long ago, I forget his name. I saw that video and I've seen the debates about this. But there were some guys who would get together and they basically bully a bunch of young girls. I wish I was on that show so bad. But they would basically bully these young girls. And there was a guy, they were talking about if a woman, they were talking about, women potentially going out for divorce. And they said, well, what if a woman was being abused or mistreated in a relationship? Should she be able to leave? Now, of course, this is a over the plate lollipop home run question. This is an easy lollipop question. Yes. Yeah, the answer is yes. If a woman is jumping on me, I'm a big dude. I'm 6'6", almost 6'7", right? I'm not a small cat, right? At all. And if 100-pound, 5'2", 100-pound woman was jumping on me, I should be able to leave that relationship. Is it a possibility? See, because here's the funny thing about that. Even as a big dude dealing with a small, little, tiny, frail woman, but, too thin to win, too small to take it all, right? Even in that situation, I understand because I know how the world of violence works. Even in that situation, can she punch me and hurt me? Maybe not. But she could damn sure pick something up and take my ass up out of here. I'm talking about slow singing and flower bringing, looking at the top of the church. type activity. Understand what I mean? They could take you out of here. They pick something up or they catch you right. So even in that situation, I should be able to leave. If you reverse it, she damn sure should be able to go. Because if I catch her, I don't even know how to catch her right. If I catch her solid, straight out, like I plant one, there's a good chance that out of here, out of here. Okay. So should she be able to leave? Absolutely. Absolutely. Not only should she be able to leave, she should be able to leave, go down the street, call the police, and get somebody taken to jail. How about that? This jackass, during the course of this debate, said, should a woman who's been messed up, she should be able to leave? He said, no, she should have to endure. She should endure it. For the sake of the children, she should endure it. And that's where we are. So when we sit here and talk about, and I kind of get on like a ranting rant about like Cody and them, some of it, I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of it's directed to him specifically, but some of it, there's maybe like a good 80% is directed to him, but there's a 20, I'm stuttering, I'm so mad now. There's a 20%. We're going to drink a little water. I'll have 1 cup, please. All right. There's a 20% reserve I have for those people in the manosphere who've had these kind of conversations. A lot of the stuff that Cody talks about isn't new. It's not new. It's old-timey, dumbass thought progression. It predates even social media. So I can't even really blame like YouTube or the manosphere. It predates all that stuff. But it's just the old-timey, dumbass way that people used to look at the world. It was an old, tired-ass worldview way back when, way back in the olden days. It was a tired-ass worldview. It's even more ridiculous now. But it becomes a lot more potent now and a lot more poignant now because you're at a point. I don't take anything for granted. I don't assume that because things have been a certain way for a certain amount of time, that things will always be this way and continue to be this way. I think that at some point we have to stand up and make sure that we take note and always be ready to fight that good fight and then put up some kind of progression, some kind of objection as to what we see so that we can prevent falling back into this type of mindset and normalizing these people's attitudes towards these situations. I think that that's important, and that's why I think it's so important that people do talk about sister wives and some of the misogyny and things that we see on these programs. And I do catch every now and again, I catch a little flack. Well, why do you talk about this stuff? It's not important. See, here's the thing: it is important. You know why it's important? Because this type of shit is not something. If what it takes for this kind of mentality and mindset to be successful and to find a place to stick and germinate and grow is for people to not say anything about it. People to sit around and pretend like, oh, well, nobody lives like this. It's not a thing. It is a thing. And it can be a thing if you don't say nothing. Because if you don't have a voice of objection, in the absence and void of anybody disagreeing with these perspectives or these opinions, you will always have a group of folks who will say, because they don't hear anybody disagree, oh, everybody know it's true. When I was listening to Cody talk about these subject matters and these issues on Mormonism Live, he said everybody knows this. Everybody accepts the fact that every man wants to be a polygamist. It's just that, I guess, the part that's unspoken is every man wants to be a polygamist. The unspoken part is not everybody has the courage or the ability to do it. I did. So therefore, it's not that I'm doing anything weird or strange. It's just that I'm living my true self. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. And like I said, I'll give you a little rationale and reason behind one of the jokes that I wrote about this that I'll be doing for the comedy club in the members room. Like when you talk about like the whole issue of him being able to do this kind of thing and being successful at it, and his willingness to talk about it, and everybody else just kind of being quiet. Look, this is how he wins. Because when you start talking about polygamy, we watched 19 seasons of them trying to do it. And it's way more normalized. And whether we like it or not, polygamy is way more normalized now than it was 19 seasons ago. 19 seasons ago, I don't think anybody was running out like, oh, I'm in a polygamous relation. Nobody was doing that shit. And it's not just sister wives' fault. It's just how the world works. And part of the reason why these relationships failed and didn't work is because they danced with the devil. You let Robyn into the door, and she did what she do. I'm gonna do a video. I've been wanting to do a video where I talk about Robyn was always gonna win. Robyn was always gonna win. It was already determined. Like once she got her ass into the family, the hardest obstacle for Robyn was actually getting into the family. Once she's into the family, she was going to take them for the money. She's taking them under 100%, and that's part of where it comes from. You know, that's where it comes from because the hardest thing to do would be for you to say that you don't want to do something, right? Realizing your limitations, where you are, whether you can deal with it or not. And then say, you know what? If I go to my wife and say, yeah, baby, I want to open up the relationship. I want to bring in some additional wives. I think I can do it. I'm going to be good at it. She would say no. Because she understands what I say. If she came to me and asked the same question, I would say no. Because I understand the same thing she understands. She understands the same thing I understand. You bring somebody into the relationship, the last time you get to say no is, can I bring somebody into the relationship? Because you can't say no when they fall in love. You can't say no and tell them to control how their emotions work. You can't say no. It's not Cody's fault or Robyn's fault that they fell in love. Where the wife should have been like, oh, hell no, is when he said, oh, this is Robyn. Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell to the no. That's just my opinion. I just think that, well, was it Robyn was one selfish? Yeah. I think she's selfish too. I think that her selfishness is what guaranteed the fact she was going to win. Because Robyn was all about the paper. It was all a paper chase. She was always going to win because one, Robyn was always about the paper, and two, which is a big thing, you can't shame the shameless. The things that would keep you from doing the thing, the shame and the embarrassment of being called out or caught doing this thing didn't prevent Robyn from doing it. It didn't stop her. You can't shame the shameless. She has zero conscious about it. She has zero, she's not afraid to say, this is what I want. When they moved to, I'm going to give you guys a little something. Again, this was a joke I wrote. It's not the joke itself, but it's like the logic behind it. I broke it out. But when they moved from, she moved from 3 hours away down to Lehigh, lived around the corner. They went through season 1, season 2, season 3, season 4. They started talking about building these houses. They built a house in season 5. When they were going down there, they living in Las Vegas by the second season around her family. When she said she wanted a nanny, right? She wanted a nanny. Just so happened that her aunt or her niece was around because she moved to her family in Las Vegas. She benefited herself. But even with that being said, she's out there in Las Vegas. She wasn't working. She didn't get a job. But then when they started talking about buying them houses, season 5, and they were going to meet with the mortgage people, she said she had a $30,000 debt that she brought into the family. Everybody talks about it. She had $30,000. She brought it to the family. My question is this. How much of that $30,000 did she pay down? She paid nothing towards that. She paid nothing towards that $30,000. Now, some of you guys are gonna look at me and say, James, well, I mean, she wasn't working. Yes, she was. She was working for TLC. Robyn was making six figures, just like Christine was making six, Janelle was making six, Mary was making six, and Cody was making six. Together, they were making $500,000 between them all year long. All year long, they're making about $500,000. Okay? And how much could you pay if you was making six figures with your responsibilities right now, going to work every day, doing the shit you were doing? If you were making six figures, could you pay off a $30,000 loan or debt? I bet you could. I bet you could figure out a way to do it. I bet you could. And you know what it might require? It might require you to cut back on some stuff. It might require you to maybe stop shopping at Victoria's Secrets because you like their long-legged pants. But let's be honest, Victoria's Secrets is not famous for their pants. Okay? So do I believe that she was in there jeans shopping at Victoria's Secret? Hell to the no. Okay? She was in there getting customer supplies. All right? I mean, that's what it was. We grown. We know what it is. She was getting some stuff. She was getting some put them on it at Victoria's Secret. Some put it on them. Okay. But she didn't pay anything towards her bills or her debt because she knew that the other women would do it. When it was time to buy the house, oh, guys, we all got to get together. We got to pay my bills. We got to pay our debts. And then after the wives get together, and they help her pay her bills because she blew through her damn money. They pay their bills. They're out there having a great old time, great grand time. Then all of a sudden, she starts talking about what? She starts talking about we all need to create our own estate. So we have our own money. We need to have our own separate monies. Remember that? That all started in Las Vegas after they got their houses, after the family all chipped in to pay her debts. So she was always going to fucking win. She was always going to win. There was no way that she wasn't going to win. It bothers, I mean, to be honest with you, I know people going to be like, some people going to come for my ass. They're going to be like, James, that's ridiculous. Robyn's a terrible person. She ain't nothing. She's horrible. She's a gold digger. Whatever you say about her. But that doesn't change the fact that she was always going to win because she didn't have any remorse. She was like the Terminator. She has no remorse. She has no forgiveness. She just keeps coming. That's what Robyn was. She was going to keep coming. She was going to keep coming. There was nothing that these ladies were going to be able to do to stop her from coming. And part of the reason why they couldn't stop her from coming, and one thing that they could have done to stop her ass is to stop her from coming into the family. Stop her from coming into the family. Oh, I remember, was it second season, second episode, where she was sitting there talking about Janelle. I just want to show some value to Janelle, so Janelle knows that I'm worth it to the family. You know why she was trying to prove something to Janelle? Because Janelle was the one who was making the money. Janelle was the one who was paying the bills. Janelle was the one who had the big money. Janelle was the one with the 401k that was paying for everything. Janelle was the one who probably paid off her $30,000 debt. If we keep it all the way in stack. That's why she was so pressed about impressing Janelle and proving to Janelle that she was worthwhile. Janelle should have stopped the ass from coming into the family. Would have saved the family. Well, I don't know. That's not fair. Because Cody was a mess. That takes a lot of pressure off Cody. Cody was a mess. Was it smiling? Yeah, then she got the first TLC deposit. No more watching kids. Yeah, right. That shit went away as soon as them checks started rolling. See, because by the first season, they would have got the first check, and that would have helped them to pay down some bills, get caught up. By the time they got that first season, I think that's when the whole conversation about, hey, why don't we move to Las Vegas started? Because they felt like they were flush with cash. The problem with dealing with poor people, broke people, with money, when they get that first big check, they wind up blowing that first big check. They just don't know how money works. They don't know. They're not used to it. Especially when you go from like working minimum wage jobs, all of a sudden you working a job where you're making six figures. You just think that the money is unlimited. more money, more problems. You think that there are more money, no problems. It's not that you have more problems or you have no problems. You just have different problems when you have money. When you have money, when you're broke, you're trying to figure out how you're going to pay these bills, how you're going to pay like for your lights, your heat, your gas, your rent, car note or maybe repairs on your car because you don't have a car note because you couldn't afford a car note, right? When you have money, it's not about being able to afford to buy stuff. It's being able to afford to keep and maintain your stuff. It's a different, like it's still a struggle, but it's just a different struggle. So with Robyn and Cody gets a little bit of money in his pocket, just kind of like that thing. Hey Ivana, what's going on? Live for love. When Cody got that blanket, what did he say? They were down there doing the quilt or the sleeping bag because he was going to take Janelle out camping, and he said, "Well, why don't we just buy a new one?" Because when you have a little bit of money in the bank, you start getting a little free and fancy like that. All of a sudden, I don't want to waste my time with some old quilts and sheets. I want to just go out and buy something. I just want to throw money at it. And I'm sure that that's the mentality that Robyn had. And Robyn was adding to that same thing. And that's part of the reason why she didn't have the $30,000 just to pay her damn debt off. I would have paid the debt. See, here's the thing. Here's the difference between me and Robyn. I'd have paid that debt off just because whether you know that you're going to get an opportunity to buy a house on a cul-de-sac or not, you didn't know if your relationship with Cody was going to work. So it makes sense to me that you would pay the house, that you would pay that loan off so that if the relationship with Cody didn't work or the show got canceled, at least you were starting fresh. That would be my my approach, and maybe it's a thing where, not necessarily being broke, but when you have money, you don't have money. One of the best lessons you could ever learn, I think the sister wives actually would have been better off, more or less. Cody and Robyn would have been better off had they had a ton of money, this great opportunity, lost it all, then worked their way back up. Then by the time they get back up, you would see a different attitude towards money. Let me get to some of the super chats and things. Got Lizzie B. She gifted one My Take on Reality membership. Thank you so much, Lizzie B. Lizzie B holding me down. She gifted it. So thanks, Lizzie B. Let's get some hearts in the chat for Lizzie B donating membership. So the memberships are for people who are subscribed to the channel. Just so you know, like the way they do it, like when folks gift memberships, you'll get a 1 month free of the membership. You just have to I should have paid better attention. You just have to turn it on. Like you go to the gifts area or whatever, super chats and all that. You just hit turn it on and it'll enable it. And you'll be able to get you might be selected. I have no control, just so it's very clear. I have no control over who gets the gifted memberships. It's done by YouTube. YouTube decides. So yeah, but the more you participate in stuff, from what I understand, the better your chances of getting a gifted membership. But thank you so much, Lizzie B. Hold me down. I appreciate that. The beach at the beach, $4.99 super chat. That's where I want to be. Why did Robyn not budget to pay off her $30,000 debt? She was on a payroll, but when it came to buy the houses, everyone had to help. This is so true. This is what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, at the beach. And that's what I was saying. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I would want to do it, to be honest with you, if I was making six figures. I ain't even got to make six figures. If I had a $10,000 debt and I was making $50,000, I would try to figure out how to pay that $10,000 off, especially if it's $50,000, not at a job that I went to school for, or I sat there and learned and I apprenticed for, or I just worked a job and I worked my way up to 50,000. I'm talking about you just walk into a place, they say, here's an opportunity, $50,000, right? I would look at it like, okay, I got this $50,000 for now, but I have to pay this $10,000, $5,000, $1,000, whatever, debt off. I'm paying off my credit cards. I'm paying as much as I can off with that. So that way, if that opportunity ends, I'm going to be in a better situation than when I first came into that opportunity. And of course, if you can build on it, imagine if they would have, like, if you think about how much they actually got paid, even with 18 children, even with 18 children, you figure if they were getting paid $500,000, even with 18 children, they would be doing better than 99, or at least I don't want to say 99, at least 95% of most American families. And realistically, it's probably closer to 99. But they would be doing better than 95 plus percent of most American families at that rate. $500,000, $100,000 a piece. Even as a single parent making $100,000 with 6 kids, you are doing okay. You're doing better than okay. Okay. And it really doesn't make sense that they struggle the way they did. It doesn't make sense at all. It's unfortunate. But let me give Lizzie B a little something, something. Hold on. Let me give Lizzie B a little something, something for the membership gift. We get a little cut of rug up in there. And we're gonna give At the Beach a little something, something for a good great point. Kick step, love that. I used to do that shit all the time. That was my move. That was my go-to. Kick step. Y'all know nothing about that. Oh man. What's this? I hate morning. Well, I like to know what they did with the 5+ million. I know. They blew it. They blew it. They blew that money. And it's a heartbreak too, because that's like that money could have went to, I know they could have used that money towards school and towards different things, but uh-oh. Michelle Hallman, former pit bull and lipstick, nickname given by my boss, debt collector here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So what Michelle got to say? What is this? How irresponsible grown adults who don't have a clue. I'm talking to you, Robyn. Imagine an interest accumulated on a 5-year-old debt. Oh shit. Yeah, right. My gosh. How stupid can one be? And this is the thing. When you're talking about, like, from what I understand, a lot of it was like store credit cards. So these are not like 7-8% credit cards, 0% APR credit cards. These are credit cards that are like 30%, like 29.99%. Like these credits. So for every dollar that you owe 30 cents. So you owe $1.30. And every time you turn around, the crazy part with that type of loan, you paid a minimum, you will have that loan for 40 damn years. And if you're making 6 figures, there's no reason to carry that kind of loan. There's no reason to carry that kind of debt. I'm not even an anti-debt guy. Like, I'm not the guy, pay all your debts off and blah, blah, blah. Because there is a reason why in some cases you want to carry debt. There's a reason why you want to carry that debt over. You understand what I mean? Like, for instance, if you have there might be business reasons. If you have, I wouldn't necessarily do it with like a store credit card. That'd be crazy. But like a mortgage, you may want to carry that debt because you do get a deduction at the end of the year on your taxes. There, car notes, depending on how you have your car, if it's purchased through your LLC or whatever, maybe you use that car for business. There might be reasons as to why you want to carry a debt on it. There might be reasons why you carry a note. It is what it is. But store cards, guys, my recommendation with credit cards and things of that nature, just pay that shit off at the end of the month. Credit cards, story time. Credit cards are best used as instead of the money you have in the bank, not as a supplement to your paycheck or the money you have in the bank. So if you, for instance, I might use a credit card to pay for something that I buy online, because that way, if the card gets stolen, I have certain protections on that card. right? That I don't have on my bank account or my debit card. So if you go into, you hack that account and you get my credit card number and I say, oh shit, they ripping y'all off. Wells Fargo, Capital One, whoever, they ripping you off. Capital One. Capital One will cut the card off. They usually have purchase protection where they'll guarantee that I'm not responsible for it. And they'll go after the person who took it. If it's a bank account, they clean your shit out. The bank just go, man, that's messed up for you. We'll look into it. So I'll use credit cards for that reason. And then, like I said, if I use a credit card, I'll try to buy what I gotta buy on a credit card, and then try to pay the credit card off the end of the month. And that way I don't have to worry about it. And creditors typically hate you for that. If you do that, they hate your guts because they call you a bum and they call you a freeloader, this, that, and other. But it is what it is, because banks, credit cards, and financial institutions don't make money from lending you money and you paying it back on time. They make a majority of their money is made when they lend money to people who can't pay them and they drag it out and you miss payments and you come up late, because then you're paying fines, you're paying fees, you're paying interest. And then when they close that, after they smash you and dash you and bash you, and they get you after a certain point and you can no longer do it, they close that account out. They'll get a tax credit or tax write-off for closing your account out as you not paying it. They'll sell your debt to a collections agency. That collection agency will then pursue you for the money on your loans. And then guess what? Because you couldn't pay your money and you kind of jacked your credit a little bit, then every time you apply for credit after that, they charge you a surplus on the money that they'll give you. So you wind up paying more money to borrow money. And it's a vicious cycle. So yeah, I mean, with that being said, like I'm watching Robyn and even like them bring it, like sometimes you gotta watch who you bring into the family. Like this shit is a conversation, real talk. This is a conversation that you want to have with people before you marry them. Get their credit, what their credit look like. Real talk. Have that conversation. There's a couple conversations that you definitely want to have with somebody before you talk about marrying them. It's not just about love. You want to talk about how many kids you want, whether you want kids. You want to talk about how you want to raise those kids, right? And what the responsibilities of everybody who have the kids, what their responsibility, what do the roles look like? Because you don't want to be a independent modern woman, and you have a guy who's like, oh, when we have kids, even though I support you in your job, your profession, your education, when we have kids, I fully expect you to quit your job to raise these kids. That's a conversation you want to have. Right? Another conversation you want to have is credit. What does your credit history look like? What's your FICO score? Okay. And the reason you want to have that conversation is because, like with Robyn coming into the family, decisions will be made based on what her credit looks like. And if they're saying they go to Las Vegas and they have this great opportunity because they're making all this money, and they have this great opportunity to have these 4 houses built on a cul-de-sac, which is the ideal situation, I think, for like a polygamous family, because you guys could all be together and you could all have your separate spaces. That's great, right? Just in theory, it'd be awesome. But she could stymie that whole thing. She could destroy that whole thing, derail that whole thing. Why? Because now all of a sudden she has $30,000 worth of debt that she has no interest in paying back, because we can't say that she didn't know it was there. She had no interest in paying that shit. She had no interest in paying it. She wasn't trying to pay it. That's how you have a $30,000 debt and you spent 4 years making over $100,000 a year, meaning that by the time you got to the point of season 5, when she was sitting there with a loan officer, he's like, hey, you got this $30,000 debt. She sat there and made $400,000. She made $400,000 $30,000 by that time. And she couldn't figure a way to pay $30,000 for a credit card that for credit debt that she knew she had. That's not only ridiculous, that shit is stupid. That's stupid. Stupid. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, what? You have no interest in paying this shit, do you? You just think money is free. Like, the hell with your credit. Fuck a credit score. I don't give a shit. Like, what the hell? So, in that mindset, you don't ever plan on having anything in your name. That's where I would be. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too hard, but that's just kind of what the shit. Like, $400,000. And between you making that for cashing them checks, you couldn't figure out, you wasn't even putting no money on it. You ain't putting no money on the shit. What? What? That's crazy. That's crazy. 400,000. It rolls my stomach to even think about it. Like, you know how much I could do with $400,000. You know how much I could get done with $400,000. I guess. Oh, we got 2 new members. Brittany, not Brittany. Welcome to the fam that became a YouTube member. Okay, thank you so much, Brittany. And that's amazing. Caramel Cuties became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Awesomeness. Very excited. Unlimited. Oh, let me give you guys a little something. Some welcome stuff. Unlimited lipstick. Gotta have a hobby, you know what I mean? Unlimited lipstick. She's like, whoop, whoop. Ready to go. Looking fabulous. Gone with the wind, fabulous. You heard? $2.79 super chat. Thank you so much. No message, just the love. Appreciate you. Then we have at the beach, $4.99 super chat. James, do you think if Cody and Robyn got the equity in the McMansion from the sale of the house, Janelle and Mary get to split Coyote Pass 50-50? You would think that. To be honest with you, at the beach, I would, if I was Cody, I might have gave them Coyote Pass so that to keep them up out my books. If you don't do 50-50, I certainly would have gave them a lion's share, just so I can get them off my back as far as the house was concerned. Would that be right? Yes. Would it be fair? Yes. Would that be optimal? Yes. Do I think they would do it? No. Do I think Cody and Robyn will do it? No. No. Because you're dealing with, like I said, you could shame me into doing this deal. Giving them 50-50. I got money from you guys. I was able to buy this big ass house. We lived in it for years. The McMansion, we lived there for years. We had no intention, kind of like that debt that Robyn had, the $30,000. They had no intention of giving them their money back. Okay? No intention. They took their money, had no intention of giving them their money back. Right? So, with that being said, you could embarrass me into giving you the money and signing Coyote Pass over. Him? No way. It's so bad that Cody not only has no intention of giving Janelle and Mary 50-50 on Coyote Pass or even their fair share on Coyote Pass. Because remember, he already said that big ass plot that he has with Robyn that Christine's name was on, where she signed it over for $10. He's saying he bought that plot with his money. That's his plot, that big ass plot on Coyote Pass. One of the biggest plots of land on Coyote Pass. He said is all his. So, or does he plan on giving them 50-50? No. Nope. Not going to happen. Not this year. And unfortunately, because he has his name on everything and they let him put his name on all of the property, they're relying on his kindness and his generosity for them to get anything worthwhile out of Coyote Pass. Because even with all the stuff that all the places where Janelle has her name, I think she grand total, she would only be entitled to about 20-25% of Coyote Pass, if at best. Mary would be closer to like 3% of Coyote Pass. And of course, Robyn and Cody would have the lion's share of Coyote Pass as far as like the as it's laid out, or at least it was laid out. You know, it's crazy. I don't get it. I gotta look at it again because I think they did change the name up. Like Janelle's name is a little more prominent on couple pieces of property. But yeah, I feel bad for them, but they got screwed. They're gonna get screwed. Because I mean, the unfortunate part about it is that's kind of the only thing that's really keeping them on the show too. I want to there's a question that IQ Live had asked. If you guys know IQ, tell her to reach out to me because I couldn't find her email, and I wanted to talk to her about doing a collab. So tell her to reach out to me on my email because I do want to talk to her. But yeah, she has IQ has a thing where she's talking about the perspective of Cody getting a spinoff, and I wanted to do a take on that. So I'll probably do that this week. Maybe I think she's doing it tomorrow, and I don't want to step on any toes. So I'll do my version of it, what I think about it on maybe Tuesday. So I'll be dropping another live this week. I'm gonna drop a couple lives this week, but in some videos. But yeah, but thank you so much. At the beach, let me give you a little something. Excellent point once again. Let me see. Then we have Unlimited Lipstick, 279 super chat. She doesn't feel remorse or pity. Yeah, I'm telling you, Robyn is a Terminator. She is a straight up fucking Terminator, Jack. She don't feel remorse. She don't feel pity. She don't feel sorry for your ass. She just has an objective and she will achieve that objective. Her objective is to get as much money as possible. And that's what she planned on doing. And that's exactly what she did. She juiced the shit out of this family. She juiced you. Okay, they can call you OJ. They can call you Sunkiss. They can call you Kiss My Ass Snapple. She juiced the shit out of the Browns. She took she took them under. It was ridiculous. That whole thing, it hurt my heart to watch some of it. Like it was just like, what the hell? Because and I know people are gonna say, like, well, this is the way they were brought up, and this is like from their history and stuff, and they had like certain ties to Cody, and this is look. I get that shit. I do. I understand it. Cerebrally, I get it, but just in my heart, it's hard to watch somebody get taken advantage of like that. And they got straight up taken advantage of because they did not have the facility or the equipment to deal with somebody like Robyn when she came into the family. Now, the one thing I will say, aside from like for those who will make the argument that this is how they were brought up, you know what else occurs in as part of this group, especially the AUB, especially if you listen to like Notes to Self, 444, or even growing up polygamy, like to the way they talk, these type of women exist in these groups. Robyn is not an anomaly. There's nothing unique about Robyn. These type of women are all in the AUB, all in polygamous groups, whether it's AUB, whether it's the LDS, whether it's the or whoever. These women exist, and they've seen these women in full throat action. And the sister wives was not prepared. Okay, maybe you could say that they thought it was going to just happen to somebody else, and it wasn't going to happen to them because they different. Because Cody's different. He's an amazing man. Maybe that's what it was. But you guys should look around because this is what happens. This is what it's like. I'm telling you. So I don't know if they get as much of a pass by saying that this is what happened and this. they weren't ready because we live in a modern world and this doesn't happen in their world. This type of shit happens in their world all the time. Women come into the family, try to take first position in the family. The young wives come into the family and become the favorites of the husband, and they get advantage. This happens all the time. This happens all the time. This is part of the reason why Christine was so upset that a younger woman was coming into the family, because she understood those dynamics. This is also part of the reason why Christine wanted to be the third wife and not the first or second wife, because she understood these dynamics. This is not something that was foreign to them. So they was not ready. They were not ready. They lost a good fight. But thank you so much, Lipstick Unlimited. I said Lipstick Unlimited. Unlimited lipstick. How did he mess that up? I don't know. And then we have Brittany in the house. $5 super chat. Cody and Robyn would never know a moment of peace while owing me money. Yeah, man. I'll be pulling up on their ass. The need to be grateful as fuck with Mary and Janelle. I'll be like Tanisha from Bad Girls Club. Wop, wop. Wop, wop. I'm not, look, if they, because look, they say there's estimated value of like 1 point, I forget. I think Coyote Pass's estimated value is like $1.8 million or something like that. For that kind of money, I know it's like over $200,000 a piece. $400,000 a piece that they were looking at. I know that's a big range, but it was a lot of damn money. It was a lot of money. And you think for a minute that I wouldn't be pulling up on that parking lot, especially every time I turn around, y'all asses showing up with something new? Oh, baby, you done messed up. You done messed up. You got it messed up, Playboy. Oh, you think, oh, I'm going to just show up with some new stuff. Not today, because I hope you got a receipt, because we taking that back. Right, I go in that house, I see them dolls, I'm like, you might as well get a box, because we putting all that shit in a box. Them dolls, them clothes. You might, no, don't put it in the back of my car, because I'm taking that Mercedes-Benz. And you still owe me some money. No, that shit is crazy. I'm with you, Brittany. I'll roll with you on that one. Go to there, never know a moment in peace. The phone be ringing all hours of the night. He calling again. He be like, just put the phone on silent. 2 seconds later, yeah, I'm there knocking on the door. I know your ass in there. Get up. Come on out here on the porch and talk to me. Hey there, Scotty. Let me holler at you for a minute. That's all you hear about my ass. Hey, Playboy. Let me holler at you for a minute. Come on out. I got nothing to say to you, James. Fell out outside. Come on, get me. Oh, help me. How come you ain't help me, yo? My man said that shit. That was awesome. Little cat thing. I'll upload that shit. I'm gonna play it. It's fantastic. But yeah, let me give Brittany a little something. Thank you so much, Brittany. All right, guys. I think I've prattled on enough. Let me get you guys I don't know, man. I don't know how they do it. I tell you, sometimes, look, I'm gonna be straight up, y'all. I'm gonna be straight up. Can we talk? I'm gonna be straight up. I think sometimes, their religion work for them. I think that, like Brittany, not Brittany's comment, I think that for Mary and Janelle and even Christine, their religion worked for them. I think that it's very commemorative. I gotta give it to their religion. I got hats off to it, because their religion taught them right. Me, the Lord's still working on my ass. He's still working on me. I'm a work in progress, because I don't know if I could let that go. I don't know. It will bother me. Like, it would just, I couldn't do it. You owe me $400,000 and I see your ass pull up a new shit every other weekend. Can't do it. I'm like, I'm trying, Lord, I'm trying. Beep, beep. I'll be back. I don't know. Their religion work, boy. Like, I know everybody call it a cult, but shit, that their religion is on point. Cause I don't know. Maybe it's something. Maybe it's me. I'm willing to admit my failures, and my failings. That is completely on me because I should be willing to let stuff go. I should be willing to forgive. I should be willing to say, you know what? You got me for that $400,000. I guess I'm just going to take you on the chin. I can't do it. I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Especially if my wife let me for some dude and that fool was sitting in my house and he owed me $400,000. No fucking peace. No justice, no peace. Oh man. Oh, you'd be hard pressed to see his car without a flat tire or a busted window. He would constantly have cardboard on that car because they would call me the brick face killer because I'll be destroying windows. Are you crazy? $400,000? Oh man. That's why I say their religion is on point. Their religion's on point, Jake. Because I couldn't do it. And they hear them talking about, and then be talking shit about me too. Oh, and then like with the what's that preview they have coming up where Robyn's like, you better tell them to keep their name up out my mouth. Keep your name up out my mouth, and you owe me $400,000. You are lucky if I'm just sitting around talking shit about you. You owe me that much money. You lucky if all I do is talk about you. You crazy. You're a big crazy, big silly. So I couldn't do it, Jack. But yeah, I'm gonna drop the link up in the chat. You guys want to jump in? You're more than welcome. Sorry to drag that out, guys. Just had some things I had to serve. I will be doing lives later on this week, and I'm gonna be doing I want to do a live where I talk about specifically, like I said, Robyn always winning, and I think that I might do like a little blurb on the live from the video before I release it, so that way you get a little preview of the live, and that'll kind of feed the bigger discussion, and then I'll release the video. We can talk about the video, or I'll figure out how to do it. But yeah, it should be fun. Let's see. Yeah, I just Oh, look at this Black Swan Gothica. Oh hell no! Was this? Oh hell no! The principal being received and stolen from that they would regret. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. I'm with you. Like, oh, you have an enemy now. Okay. Oh yeah. For those who don't know, I have a new system called SpeakPipe, and this is I'm going to give credit where credit is due. I'm not one of them dudes like I came up with this by myself. No, I got this idea from Reality Cringe podcast. I also want to collab with them. I want to talk to them too. I got to figure out how I'm gonna do. I got to leave them a message on their SpeakPipe. So if you go to speakpipe.com/MyTakeOnReality, you can leave a 90-second message for me, and then unless of course, if you say you have let me run through it. If you leave a message, you can go to because it's a web link thing, you can go use your computer, go to the website. The link, it'll offer a link. You hit record. You can record a 90-second message. Once you record it, it doesn't automatically go like a voicemail message on the phone. You can listen to it, decide to sing it, send it, perfect it how you want. Then you can upload it, right? Once I receive it, if you say, James, don't share it, James, between us or whatever, I won't share it. But during the course of the week, I'm gonna I just got to figure out which day works best with my mod team, and I want to do a live where I just play the recordings and I'm gonna answer the recordings or talk back to the recordings, so that way everybody knows that I'm listening to your stuff and you have an opportunity to be on the show. And it might be like, because for some people, like, I understand public speaking isn't for everybody. Not everybody is excited about calling into the show and trying to do like a give their commentary live and impromptu. Some people want to be a little more prepared, have their stuff kind of laid out the way they want. So I understand it, and I want to give you an opportunity to be able to participate in the show at your comfort level. So some people feel comfortable calling into the show. Other people are going to feel more comfortable maybe calling into the show and doing a speak pipe. And then other people feel more comfortable just hanging out in the chat in the chat. And then, of course, we got some lurkers. Hey, lurkers. I don't even mind lurkers. I mean, that's cool. If you just want to hang out and enjoy the atmosphere, that's cool. It's like the club. You don't have to get out on the dance floor and dance. Sometimes it's more fun for some people who enjoy that kind of thing. Other people like just sitting back, watching people and seeing what's going on. I get that. So this way, everybody gets an opportunity to participate at their comfort level. So again, that's speakpipe.com/MyTakeOnReality. Right? And it is a good time. Oh, Lizzie B coming through. Oh, damn it. My whole joint just disappeared on my screens. Lizzie B coming through. There we go. Oh, wait, hold up. There it is. Speak pipe. Ask your questions. Leave your thoughts. Oh, wow. Good job, Lizzie. Yeah, but that way everybody gets an opportunity to participate. Because like I said, I get it. I'm a little nutty and I enjoy talking in front of a crowd, but not everybody does that. Some people, not their favorite thing. And that's cool. All right. But we have the channels are open. If you guys want to jump in, you're more than welcome. Let me pull this down. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. That's why. All right. Here we go. Yeah, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and all the good stuff, YouTube stuff. And make sure you ring the bell for notification, because when we go live and we do those things, that way you get notified. And it came to my attention, some people were being unsubscribed to the channel. So you might want to check your your subscription as far as being subscribed to the channel, and make sure that the bell for notifications have been rung so you get notified when I upload. Scarissa said, "Hi, James, Lurker here. I just enjoy hearing your thoughts and stuff while I do puzzles." Yeah, I'll do the same thing. I'll put the YouTube in the background for a lot of stuff. I'm with you. Yeah, I lurk on some channels too, so it's no shame to the game. It is what it is. That's what it's about. And I want you guys to enjoy your time here. So whatever you feel, whatever participation level you feel comfortable with, I'm good with. Thanks for coming though. I appreciate you guys hanging out, because that means a lot to me too. Kathy Ferran, you are not a lurker, Kathy. You need to stop. Kathy is I call her both barrels Kathy. She hit you with both barrels. She is no problem saying what's on her mind. Coming to the stage first. Oh, let me look at my thing. We will have a reverb and it'll sound crazy online. I was not prepared. I gotta get that. I'm gonna get that sound. I gotta figure out how to do it, because I was not prepared. All right, here we go. Hey, Kitty, what's going on?
Hey, nothing much. Hey, everyone. I want to say thank you to the mods and everybody that's here tonight with James. I actually have a couple of things I want to actually talk about.
Okay.
One in particular is the whole Cody and Coyote Pass. I don't think that Mary and Janelle are going to get their fair share, like at all. I think they're going to get less than 50%. And the other two are going to get way more than they should.
Right. No, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I to be honest, like hearing about what the prospects of it, they're like a lot of them are saying like that the three OGs had um very little percentage of it,
Mhm.
while Robyn and Cody has more than the lion's share.
Oh yeah. They were rocking. I think, like I said, they're closer to 78% of the property just by themselves.
I heard more than that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Cody's on 100% of it, so whatever they
Yeah,
do is going to split out to him in his
yeah,
favor.
yeah, yeah. And the other thing is though too, the other one is that Robyn had, if I was in that family, if I was one of the wives, I would have kicked her out so damn fast. It wouldn't have been funny. I mean, literally, if I was like Christine or Janelle or even Mary, I would have kicked her out. As soon as I heard that she had a $30,000 debt, nope, bye.
Yeah.
Bye, girl. You're gone.
Well, because I think their only hope was actually to try to get them out before she actually joined the family. Because once
Yeah.
she's in, like it's like it's like any I don't want to say that, but it, it's really like any unwanted guest. Once they're in the house, it's hard as hell to get rid of them. Like she's like a cat. You feed her and then you should never leave.
Cat. I was thinking cockroach, but okay.
I was trying to be kind, but yeah, it is what it is. Like you were never getting rid of Robyn. Like, especially once you give Cody the permission. And that's and just in fairness, that's what I say for the most part when people consider opening their relationships up for these alternative lifestyles. That's
Mhm.
one of the things that has to be considered, because once you open that door, it's very difficult, if not impossible, for you to close that door again.
Yeah.
Right? Because you kind of take it off the hinges, because it's hard to tell Cody that he can have, like, you get a little taste of Robyn on Sunday through Wednesday, and then
Yeah.
you go back on Thursday after he got his toes curled for like 3-4 days straight and try to tell him, yeah, you can't do that no more. There's no turning back.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Like, you stuck now.
Oh yeah. No, definitely. And like I'm gonna say about this, and I know everybody's gonna hate me for it, but I literally think that when Cody was with Mary and realized that he had the like 1,000 yard stare, he should have said to each of them, "Look, I'm sorry, but this is not working out. I'm gonna go. Peace out." And I know a lot of people are gonna hate me saying that, but I mean, that's what I should like. That's what he should have done
Hmm.
right from the get go. Like, and like Mary said, he had a plethora of women like going after him. There
Right.
should have been no reason for him to go, "Ooh, I want you," and and not loving that person.
Right. Well, I mean, look, I'll even say this, like, relationships as they go, people are entitled to change. And it happens. Like, people desperately in love at first, like, and then 20 years go by, it is what it is. Things change, the situation changes, their feelings for each other change. I
Oh yeah.
I understand that. And I
Mhm.
and I don't want to pretend like, oh, if Robyn when it came into the family, they would end up perfect. Because again, Cody changed, the money changed, the situation changed, and it is what it is. But at the same time, when you let somebody come in and you open that door, that possibility,
Yeah.
then you hasten that change. Because
Mm.
now Cody isn't just changing with you, he decided that he was going to change independent of the OG3, and he left them. Like, that I think that's the part that really probably hurts the OG3, is that he left them. He
Yeah, he
left them
left.
behind.
Yeah, he left them in the dust.
Yeah.
And of
Yeah.
course,
So
also though too is that he actually picked each of them while they were very young as well.
Right.
Like, Mary was, like, what, 19 when she married Cody? And the other two were just as young as she was.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, like, dude, you should have realized. Like, you should have realized from day one, if you did not like them that way, you just should have just kept on stepping.
Right. Right.
And that's my personal feelings on that. And I mean, that's the same thing with me and my husband, with me and my ex-husband. Like, we both couldn't say no to each other either. Like, we were both too damn stubborn. And I finally said one day, I'm like, I can't do this.
Mm.
I was at the point that I was ending up in the hospital more than I wanted to. We'll just put it that way.
Right.
And I was just like, I can't do this no more.
Yeah.
And I was the one that had to break it. And it was hard, but I mean, it was a lot better for me to break it than anything else.
Right. Well, I mean, like I said, I mean, in some situations where things might get like extreme situation where things get physical and it necessitates a break. But at the same time, if you aren't fulfilled in that relationship, you aren't happy in that relationship, it's not meeting what you need at the moment, it's not meeting you in the moment, then you may have to separate yourself from that relationship because it's not going to improve, especially if you feel like the longer you hang out, it's not going to get better.
Yeah.
Because that's part of it too. Like, sometimes it gets better. Sometimes it stagnates. Sometimes it just progressively gets worse. And be like, you know what? I don't want to be around when this thing hit rock bottom. But it bottoms out. I don't want to be here for that. So you only got one life to live. And I know that goes against a lot of the, like I said, the Manosphere stuff. You ought to endure for the kids. I think that you have to make decisions. Part of your decision to leave should include the well-being and benefit of your children, because you don't want your kids. Like, I would never want my kids, if I was sitting here miserable with my wife, I would never want my kids to watch me be miserable with my wife and think that that's what it takes to be married, that being married involves you being miserable. I would never want that.
No. And it was like, and I will say this, it was starting to be that way between me and my ex. And I was like, think of the kids. Like, I don't want them to see me miserable. I don't want them to think like this is what you need to be in a relationship. And I think that's when my ex realized right then and there. I was like, yeah, no, I agree. And it sucks. And I mean, it is what it is, though.
Right. And that's the whole thing. Like, it's bad when it happens, but at the same time, like, people will. If it was right for you to be together, there is a point where it's also right for you to separate.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's the part too. Like, that's it too.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I mean, I find some things absolutely stupid, but for the women's sake, I'm hoping that they get what they absolutely freaking deserve from Cody. I don't know if they're going to get it, but I'm hoping for it.
Right. Yeah. I would say that I hope that I'm wrong, but I don't think that they will, just because, oh wait, what the shit? Oh,
sorry, I must have pushed something. Don't worry. I was just trying to put the phone down for a minute.
But I don't think they will, just because it will require, and this is what bothers me about the whole thing. It requires Cody to give them more. He has to be generous.
Oh yeah.
And it's up to him to decide to be kind. And I have a problem. And this is when I started the live, and I was talking about like the way I approach my daughter and what I want for my daughter, my child. What bothers me is that for some young ladies is the notion is pushed that you have to, basically be subservient to a man or beholden to a man, to your life is based on how much that man likes you or doesn't like you. So if he likes you, you'll have a good life. If he doesn't like you, your life sucks. And your life should not be determined on how somebody else feels about you.
Oh yeah,
And
no,
I have
definitely.
an issue with that. And so a lot of like part of the angst I have towards Cody is just based on that fact. Like
Oh, and
that's what his
I
implication
absolutely agree with you on that. I mean, for me personally, a man shouldn't make you define of what is acceptable in your life.
right.
And I think for a lot of these men now that they need to learn that not all women are going to be like that.
Right.
And I mean, I know not all men are like this either. So I mean, you take it as it is. But there's some women that will actually put a foot up on a person's ass and go, "That's enough. That's enough."
Right. Right. No, I mean, absolutely. I think that as Mary demonstrated on the show, there are
Oh yeah.
guys who are more open-minded, more progressive, or however you want to phrase it. But there are
Hmm.
also women who look for that in their partners. Because Mary had expressed that, like even once she broke up with Cody, she said she wanted a man that was going to come in and lead the way and
Oh
take
yeah.
charge and do all these things.
Oh yeah.
Despite the fact that she just went through a whole relationship and a whole marriage with that type of man, and based on that relationship, she's getting fucked. That's why you're getting screwed over, because you trusted somebody, you put everything you had into somebody, and
Mhm.
based on how he felt about you, you got screwed over.
Yeah. And I mean, for me, like I I dated a man who was, or I married a man who was way too like pessimist and very paranoid, and I'm like, I can't deal with that. No way. And I want a man that will take charge and take the lead because I'd make decisions all day long for me and my children.
Mhm.
I'm kind of tired. I'm tired. I'm tired.
Right.
So I need a man that will lead. And I mean, for having them to lead me is to show me that they can pick up the pieces and they can like help carry me. I don't want
Mhm.
them to like pick me up, carry me, and fix me. I just need them to help me pick up the pieces and help carry the load. You know what I
Well,
mean?
yeah, I get you. I get you. Let me ask you this.
Mhm.
Are you able or willing to help him pick up the pieces and carry the load, or is it on him to
No, no, no. It's
do it
a
for
it's
you?
it's a 50-50 on that point.
Right. Right.
For me, it's this is how it always feels for me. As I've always picked up the 90% of the load, while the other person picked up 10%, and that's not fair on me.
No, absolutely. I mean, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Because I guess my only pushback to that, because everybody's entitled, like how you do your relationship, how you do your relationship. But
Mhm,
just from my perspective, when I engaged in relationships historically, my entire dating life, I
mhm.
typically was always drawn to people who were more in a partnership position, because I recognize that there are certain strengths that I have.
Oh yeah.
And you could say, like, the highlight of it is, you could say that, oh well, you could lead when it comes to this and this and this, but I recognize that I have limitations. And
Mhm,
based upon my limitations, yeah, I might be out in front. Like, for instance, with this particular stream,
mhm.
you could say James is the leader because he's up front and he's doing stuff. But I have people, the mods, the super mods, who are my mod team, who are holding things down for me while I'm doing this. And it
Yeah.
would be impossible for me to do both things, and
Mhm,
well, do both things well. I'll put it
mhm.
that way. It'd be impossible for me to do both things well. So I have to be able to give them the trust and the ability to be able to handle things where I'm not present, things that I can't do. And I think that that's how I approach my relationships. There's things that I can handle, but there are things that I'm going to need help with. And there are going to be times when I'm strong, and then times when I'm motivated. And there's times when I need somebody to come along, be like, all right, James, you fell down. Yeah, it's fucked up. That happened. Dust yourself off, get yourself up. Let's get it. And you know what I mean? And that's what I think is required in order for you to get through
Oh yeah.
like the day to day.
Yeah, and in most of my relationships, I'm the one that does it all. I just need that. I don't want a 90-10%. I want a cohesion for me. I need somebody that will help me pick me up, help me dust myself off, and help share the load. Like that kind of a teamwork dynamic.
No, I get it.
I don't need somebody who's gonna be on the wayside while I'm out in front and taking all the crap.
Right. Well, I mean, I will say that, like, I think that's a good point. Like, I think that, there's a point where, if you are behind me, then it's on me to protect you. But if you're beside me, then we work together.
Yeah.
And I think that that's kind of where, like, there's going to be times when, like, in any relationship, there's going to be times when you're strong and they're weak. And there's going to be times when they're weak and you're strong. Like, there's no such thing as like all the time
they're
50-50.
strong, I'm weak. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There's going to be, but there has to be a balance. And the same way, my only reservation will be is that, even speaking as a dude, like, we're human beings too. And we have good days and bad days too. And we have times when we struggle with things too. So it can't just be all on us to say, be unemotional or uninvolved. And it's okay, yeah, things happen to us and we just dust it off. That's not true. That's why men fuck around and walk in front of trucks, because we don't, let things go or tell people that we're in trouble or we're struggling with things.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it dangerous for us. But let me I gotta move on. But thanks so much for calling in. Appreciate you.
Yep.
Have a good one. All right. Let me just check one thing before. Oh, okay. Okay. Nope, we're good. All right, Betty Orange. What's going on, Betty? How you doing?
Oh, hey, sweetie. I was not going to call in at first, but because I tend to get long-winded. But for the previous caller, like, I'm just coming from, like, where she's talking about the 50-50 and the this, that. I love her to death. Don't get me wrong. That is, I'm not coming at it like, blah, blah, blah. But we'll be married 39 years in May. The not so glamorous part that you talk about is, like, right now, I don't work. I'm at home. My husband, asked me to please not go back after my heart attack. He was worried I'm going to be out on the floor having another heart attack, because I did have one at work. But the difference being is, like, my husband still works 45 hours a week. He's an executive, but he has diabetes. So, like, the not so glamorous is when he comes home, like, he's been on one of them knee rollers that he says, "Wee!"
Right.
I could have more fun with it, but he won't let me. But, like, I have to take his shoes off, and I literally have to scrub that foot down, medicate it, wrap it. That's what you do. It's a back and forth. It's more than about monetary.
Right. No.
I try to make him have a healthy diet that he doesn't like. I don't tell him when I'm making something like cauliflower deep fried, because we from the South, we deep fry everything. Right. So it's still better for him. Or when I make cauliflower mashed potatoes, I lie my ass off. I do not tell him what it is.
Right.
Because it'd be like, he takes a bite, this is good. Tell him it's cauliflower. He's like, I don't like that shit. Oh, apparently you do.
Right.
You just ate it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get off on a long tangent. My thing was, like, long-term Cody, because you were talking about financials, like with Cody and Robyn, because they're both very vain people as well. Like, when you have to have that nice car, we're at the age where, because my birthday's tomorrow, and I'll be in, like, I'm way over that 55 plus. I'm at the 55 plus. I'm at the point where I'm looking for another 20 years if I'm lucky, fingers crossed. Like, I still want to be able to hobble around. But we also have to look at, we live paycheck to paycheck. Even though he makes good money, because we have to pay out so much for health insurance, so much for medicine, that it's really hard to save. We save what we can, but we've been invested in 401k.
Right.
And like my oldest son, he's 39 now, just got married last year, but they saved damn near 2 years while they were dating. They didn't go out to eat. They didn't even buy sodas so that they could buy. You're in Philly, right? So you know where
Yeah.
Prince of Persia is? Is that what it's called? I may
Oh,
have it
King of
wrong. Is that,
Prussia. King of Prussia.
that's it. Yeah. That's it. I always, damn, that's a game, isn't it?
Yeah,
Prince
I
of
think so.
Persia.
Yeah.
Shit. Well, he played that too. But they just bought a house there recently.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But when like the cost to, I don't know what it's like exactly where you're at, but when they told me the price of the house, I like to stuffed my pants. I'm like,
Yeah.
huh,
Yeah. King of Prussia is not that far from me.
475,000.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
But because they had saved literally damn near every dime for 2 years, they took all their wedding gifts, everything. They put a huge down payment on that house. So now, like they really, he'd kill me if I said it out loud, but he doesn't watch your show, so I'm good. I think they ended up putting 300,000 down on the house.
Oh, good for them.
So, but that was in literally. But even with that, I with not having, like still having that mortgage, they traded in 2 cars to get 1 car just so they could make this dream come true. So my thing with them was still, even when they were approaching this, was to say, you can shut me up, it's fine. But it's to also think about not just their long-term goals, like children in the future, if they decide they want to have children, because none of my kids have kids. I keep begging. At this point, I'd be happy to do it out of wedlock. Just give me 1 grandchild. I don't care which one. Like, somebody get the bunny hopping.
Right.
I just want one while I can still walk. But long-term goals being not just like, make sure you put aside money because you're going to have your roofing.
Right.
You're going to have plumbing. You're going to maybe have air conditioning problems, things that come with ownership of a home. Land taxes, you're going to have to pay taxes on that, and your job, because it's not just, okay, yes, you have a good job right now, but is it something you're going to be tied into because of the money and you go to work every damn day hating what you do? Make sure when you do that, that's just what I tell all my kids. Make sure before you jump into a financial, only learning from my mistakes, because God knows I made them. Like, I want them to learn. But like with my question was with Cody and Robyn, they just bought this $2 million home. This show is not going to last that. It's just not going to last the duration. Even if they put $500,000 down on that home, by the time you do, and they still have small children. Well, not, you know what I mean, preteens.
Right.
That you're going to still have to think about going through school, college, long term, and they're not getting any older or younger. Good God, they're steadily both of them getting older.
Right.
Like we're having to put aside now, which we don't have to, but I choose to. I would not want my children to be financially responsible for me as I get older. So we're trying to take and put 10% a month in a savings that is what we call our old folks home, fund, so that I can live the way I want to live.
Right.
But I don't want my children to be responsible for how I live in the future. So, like right now, we're trying to take, and 10%, not that much. If we were, we're I plan on living another 30. My husband, I'll drag him right along with me, whether he likes it or not. So he don't know it yet, but he's gonna live with me for another 30, because I'll just be pumping.
You bet.
I'll be pumping that hard. No, you're not going nowhere, sucker.
Have the paddles in the kitchen is
right. But I'm just wondering if if you think they have any kind of long term anything, especially when it comes to the how, I don't know how Cody's hitting that 55 if he's not there already. And even the women, like Christine bought the second house, Janelle's buying, you can't do. I would not go right now at my age and try to buy a home and expect to get a 30-year mortgage.
Right.
Because I'm going to be 80 when I pay that motherfucker off.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to cuss that way.
No, I mean, it is what it is. Like, technically, Christine is on her third house. Like, she just bought her third house.
That is true.
You know, because he bought the one with David that they live in, and she bought the two B&Bs. Like, the whole thing is that I think that there is a point where, because real estate is never a bad investment. It's not well, it can be a bad investment, but in the instance, the way they're doing it, it's not a bad investment. They've actually been very fortuitous in the way that they've been carrying it out. But the one thing that I will say is that when you buy real estate, like Cody and Robyn are buying real estate, you have to be able to take care of the real estate. So they were able to sell the McMansion for 1.7, and they turn around and bought the other house for 2.1. It also depends on how much of the McMansion they had out in loans and like equity loans and things of that nature. Because if they own the McMansion outright, then that 1.7 going on top of that 2.1, that's not bad. You know, because they're only looking at it like a little bit of a swing. They could definitely swing that between the 4-year. I think they signed a 4-year contract with TLC. So yeah, you could swing that. But but if you have a $1.7 million, you sold your McMansion for $1.7 million, but of that 1.7, you have a $1.3 million $1 million worth of loans on the house, then that's not, you buying a $2.1 million house, you just basically bought that house again, starting over. And it's, to me, like, that would not be worth it. It's too much of a chance. And it's not something that you can, like, at least with Christine, like, you don't live in those houses. So if at some point later on down the line, you decide you want to sell the houses or get rid of them, that's one thing. For Cody and Robyn, you sell that $2.1 million house, where do you go? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's not like
I'd be looking around for some cheap real estate, because where we're at in West Virginia, like, because we're on that island, there are some cute ass little houses around here that you can get literally for $30,000, $40,000. So I mean, it's something we've talked about, that for that, and as long as like the foundation side, like, we've looked, some of them are, even though they're so much older, the foundation solid, the plumbing solid.
Right.
Yes, they need to be painted, and yes, you may need some interior drywall, but the foundation is so solid. It's like, it's something I talk to my husband, like, it might be something we might want to actually consider, just simply because once it's paid for, to manage the upkeep would be okay. And then the property taxes, I mean, I think we could manage, even if we got Social Security, we could still manage that tax property that you have to have, the home insurance you have to have. So, or either that, or go back down to Mississippi, buy me a plot of land and throw my ass a trailer on it and get me some chickens.
Right.
Hey, at the cost of eggs, I could raise a farm. Wouldn't even have to kill the chickens, just get them eggs. Of course, I might be kind of scared of them chickens because I've never been messing with them, but I go in there and snatch them eggs up and run like hell. Because I don't know about chickens. My neighbor has chickens. I'm trying to talk them into giving me some eggs.
There you go.
Okay. Have you seen the cost of eggs lately? Ooh.
Yeah, it's scary.
Eggs and milk. And don't let it snow, because you're going to run out of milk and bread. And it's like, what the hell are you going to do? Make a milk sandwich?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go up on a tangent. And I only say that because, like, my sister's in a nursing home, because I can't take care of her. It's just impossible for me to do. And she's got too many issues. So, but, she was so excited. She got approved for disability. And I kept trying to warn her. I'm like, they going to take that. Nothing's free in this life. And she called me all upset. They're going to take it all but 50. I said, you lucky you getting $50 a month out of it.
Right.
Because, I mean, you're getting 24-hour care, meals, everything's done. So, you can't count on that. If you're going into a nursing home, they will take that money. Because nothing's free. I mean, I understand that. That's why I'm trying to set me up a fund where I don't end up there. And if I have my own home, Send my ass a, because if I get to where I don't know who I am, at least make me look good and give me a lollipop.
Right.
And
Just change my
God, the
clothes
only
once
thing
in a
I ask
while.
is give me my sense of humor.
Right, just change my clothes and don't let me sit on it too long. But thank you so
Look,
much
girl,
for calling.
they best be taking care of my ass because I'll be coming back to haunt them.
All
You have a good night, baby.
right, I'll talk to you later. Thanks so much. Happy birthday.
Oh well, thank you, darling. I'm not gonna say how old because I'm in that mile higher club at this point, and it ain't not the good kind.
Right. Well, hey, look, I was taught never to ask a lady her age, so you're good with me.
Girl, I don't care. I'm just happy to wake up breathing every day.
There you go. You're winning. You're winning. I consider that a win.
Look, my eyeballs open. I'm like, hell yes, I got up today.
There you go.
It's a win-win. You have
Right.
a good night, sweetheart.
You too. You take
All
it
right,
easy.
night,
Stay
night,
out of
baby.
trouble. Stay out of trouble.
Oh, no. I already have my margarita. I
There
got
you
one sitting over there. I'm fixing to sip on.
go. There you go.
And tomorrow's gonna be. I'm going out to the Mexican and I'm going to throw down.
Okay.
My husband can wee me. My husband can put me in the wheelie and we'll just go wee. You have a good night,
All
sweetheart.
right, you too. Take it easy. All right, give Betty a little love in the chat. Throw some love in the chat for Betty. Appreciate you calling in. Tania, what's going on?
Hello.
Yes, how are you?
I'm good. It was Tanea.
Tania, okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I don't know, I was gonna blow it.
It was okay. I just wanted to say like my unpopular opinion about
Okay.
the whole tell nothing. I think it's really best this year that they did do it separate because I think it's still the wound is still fresh about with Big G's, and I feel like I wouldn't blame Janelle if she flew across that
Yeah.
stage and pop Robyn talking about y'all know how to manage your finances, and we all know Cody don't know what to say out his mouth, so I
Right.
wouldn't blame Janelle if she flew across the stage and just popped both of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's best that they did do it separate, and just for this year.
Right. Well, to be honest with you, I think that's also part of the reason why they did the hiatus, because we're coming up on the anniversary of him passing. So I don't think they wanted to have anything
To do
like
the
yeah, especially for the second half. Because from what I understand, the second half is supposed to be a little hot. There's going to be some things that are going to be said or done during the second half that probably wouldn't have been a good commemorative point for Big G. So I agree.
Yeah. They probably want to celebrate him like for this year or something. They don't want to go through with the show.
Right. Because it get kind of sticky, and like you said, especially because from what I understand, and this is just rumor around the campfire at this point, I can't confirm or deny it either way, but it's rumored that part of the reason why the family fell out with Robyn and Cody, the ones who were talking to him, is because they were asking about Big G's estate, like what they were going to do with the house and the truck and things of that nature.
Just money hungry.
Yeah, and they're gonna be sitting on the couch talking about money and how they deserve to have this and that, and how Janelle didn't know how to save, blah blah blah. That's just opening up too many wounds, and like you said, that could prompt somebody
It'd
to
be
do
like
something.
Jerry Springer rose from the dead for one last show.
Yeah.
Christine in the background, Jerry.
Yeah, somebody, you go to the show thinking you're gonna get a little bit of extra paper, you wind up catching a case. It just be bad juju at that point.
It's a lot of stuff that like just will get everybody boiling. So
right.
And I always wondered like if Christine told Janelle if she was already going to do for custody, and Janelle probably told her to hold off because I want to see if you pay off this Coyote Pass first.
Yeah,
Christine probably like, okay, I got you.
We'll see what happens. Well, because I think a couple things went into that. And I don't know whether it was just happenstance or it just kind of worked out that way. But there is a distinct benefit for Christine because she left Coyote Pass, or she left Arizona when Cody and them were, disputing whether she should be able to go, and they were kind of giving her pushback. So she leaves. She spends 2 years in Utah, establishing
Well, yeah.
truly as being a resident of Utah,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to Arizona, because that's where she spent a lot of her time. And then Truly is also 14 years old, which just so happens to be the age of consent for her to be able to testify at the custody hearing if they so deem it necessary. So
Well,
she,
yeah.
at 14, she can go in there and give her opinion.
Well,
Oh,
especially with people, somebody with like Cody, you got to plan stuff out because he ain't looking for nobody but himself. He's
right.
not looking out for the child. He's not looking out for anybody. He's not trying to co-parent it. He's just trying to look out for himself.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can see why she has to strategize and like get her ducks in a row, everything.
Right. And there's nothing wrong. Like, and there, I know there's a whole thing about like custody and that. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of people trying to work things out.
Oh yeah.
Without having to go to court. I'm a huge fan of that because it just makes things easier. Going to court.
You honestly think that you can work something out with Cody?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No. But I was going to say, with that being said, I think that when you find yourself in a position with somebody like Cody, you do have to plan out the best time to go down, the best time for you. When do you have the most advantage? Because you might not be able to choose the fight, whether you have to fight or not, but you can definitely choose where to fight and when to fight. And in this particular instance, it doesn't serve Christine to have to go back and forth to Arizona. Make Cody, and this is the part that he probably hates more than anything else, make Cody have to get off his ass and inconvenience himself to come down to Utah to fight this case. Because Cody doesn't like to be inconvenienced. And so there's a possibility you might get this Joker to miss stuff.
That's what I'm about to say. He probably don't need to show up.
Yeah, if you miss, like, clause is kept. If you miss court hearings, they can rule against you in absentia. That would be a mistake. Yeah, that would be a mistake. And so he could mess around and miss a couple court dates, and all of a sudden, what do you mean I got a court, court and child support? What is ridiculous? I didn't show up. They can't do this if I don't go. Yes, they can. So, I think that she's, I think there was some strategy there. I also think that there's a possibility, and I don't want to put too much on David, but I do think that there's also a possibility that when you get somebody else who comes into that family, a guy who marries a young lady into that family, he very well may say, and this is not being a dick about it, just being like straight up, like, why am I on the hook when you have a baby daddy out there? Her father is out there, and he should be kicking in too. It shouldn't just be on the two of us.
Exactly.
And especially if he's looking at his wife and he's saying, about his lady, like, I'm seeing how much you're suffering. I'm seeing how much he put you through. F him. Let's take his ass to court. He should be kicking in too. It shouldn't just be all on you. And so he gives her that support, and maybe he encouraged her to go down. I'm not sure, but I'm just saying, like, the way things worked out, it makes sense to me.
I don't blame them if they did talk some sense into her.
Yeah.
I mean, it's for Truly. It's all, and like it should have been for the other two youngest kids that Janelle and Christine had. But if you can get it for Truly, do get it for her.
Yeah, because that's the thing too. Like, especially, like, because I'll say this. Like, I think that like early on, there was a lot of pressure put on that he was going to be paying all kinds of money. I don't think Cody's going to be paying the tax. Like, I think that actually it might end up costing Christine more money to take him to court, paying attorneys and court fees and so on and so forth, than she's ever going to get from Cody's ass. But I think that it's important for her to do it because you make him responsible. And it also kind of sets the pace for Truly's expectations if she has kids and what she should expect from her baby's father or her kid's father, and as well as, like, bump him. If he made a child, you were responsible for that child. So if you did it, you should pay. You know what I mean? And especially if that's all you're doing, because you're not picking her up. You're not going out to visit her. You're not having her to your house. Then you complain that you don't get to see her. Well, you don't get to see her because you don't go get her. That's on you. And so the least you can do is pay a couple bills. And if that money doesn't get used for truly, like, okay, fine, Christine and David make enough money where they don't need Cody's money. Take that money you get from Cody, put it in a bank account, and just sit it there. And when she turns 18, 19 years old, give her the money when she goes to college, or give her the money if she doesn't go to college, help her start a business or help her with a job, help her get an apartment, whatever she wants to do with it. That's Truly's money. She has a right to that money. So you're not just suing for you, you're also suing for her, in that situation.
And
So
I think he was still a deadbeat with the whole Isabel situation and
Oh, yeah.
Christine having to pay for, like, you the whole deadbeat for that one.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's really all I had to say about the tell-all thing. I think it's best that they did it this year, separated.
Yeah, no, I see your point, because like you said, somebody might have messed around, caught a case up in that joint.
I wouldn't blame her.
Yeah,
Especially with Robyn, like the way her little attitude. You need to sit. You couldn't catch not one sale at Victoria's Secret.
Yeah,
Let's be all the way real. That's made for tall, slim women. Like, they pander to tall, slim women. So what you had to get specially made?
Right.
Like that's just so.
Well, I'll put it this way. Let's be straight up. Let's be straight up. They not selling jeans at Victoria's Secrets that they not selling at Walmart.
Like, why are you getting it from Victoria's Secret anyway? But okay.
Because you wasn't getting jeans from Victoria. That's not what they known for. That's like going to McDonald's for a salad. Like, McDonald's, Mickey D's ain't known for salads. Like, yeah, they might sell them there, but
and they sell it for like $15.
Right, you ain't run up a bill of $30,000 for salads. You know, you know what I mean.
Well, that's all. Thanks for talking to me.
Thank you so much. You have a great night. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, first time caller. What? That's awesome. We have before I get to our next caller, we have Teresa Skinner with the 1999 Super Sticker. Teresa Skinner in the house. Yeah, man. Teresa Skinner. Let me give Teresa a little something. The astronaut. You are out of this world, Teresa. Don't let nobody tell you otherwise. Teresa also had let me see if I can find it. Because I saw it earlier. She had a point I wanted to highlight. I'll be right with you guys. Ayana, you're next up, and then we have Janet. Let me highlight Teresa. Where's that? Win the lottery. Sugar shit. Oh, here we go. Teresa Skinner. I'm too practical. I could never spend that, especially with my student loans. There is no such thing as positive debt, not even student loans. If I knew then what I know now, yeah. I see. The only thing is that there's certain loans that, like, there's certain reason why you would carry certain debt. Limited, but there's certain reason why you carry certain debt. Where it would make sense. But for the most part, that $30,000, if you get $400,000 over the last 4 years, there's no reason why you have a $30,000 store credit card. Period. Point blank. The end. Don't do that shit to yourself. That's crazy. That's crazy. But next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Ayana coming to the stage. What's going on, Ayana? How you doing?
Hey, James. How are you tonight?
Well, very well.
Good. I haven't talked to you since before the Super Bowl. Our Birds won. I just want to throw that out there. Go Birds. Okay. So my first point was kind of going back to what you were just saying about the debt, right? Robyn's debt, all of them. Clearly we could see at the start of the show, yeah, they were struggling financially. So bringing Robyn and her 3 kids in didn't ever really make sense to me to begin with. And saying, hey, you're gonna go ahead and stay home and not work, and that never made sense to me. But season 1 ends, you get this money from TLC. Immediately it makes sense to go ahead and pay off all that debt, because TV shows in general, even though TLC is a very successful network, TV shows are very unpredictable, especially reality TV. Like, it's very unpredictable. So at the very least, if the show tanks, we have our money, we're up ahead. Now, we're or at least paid down but we're closer to getting ourselves out of the hole so that hopefully moving forward, we're a little bit less stressed, right?
Right.
But then you see that the TV show starts doing well. Ratings are doing very well. You know, everyone's watching. So, of course, paychecks are getting bigger. At that point, I question why they did not go and start consulting with financial advisors, looking into getting an outside, accountant for the family, because I understand it's convenient to have Janelle doing all of that, but and not saying that Janelle isn't a trustworthy person, but why not hire somebody that's an outside party that can look at everything and give advice, help with investing, help in, consulting with especially the huge purchases and helping them guide what to do with that money so that hopefully they keep as much of it as much as possible. But someone made a good point earlier, and I was like, that's why, about how Cody and Robin are really the same in their mindset. They're
Mm.
both they both, Robin sees Cody, and though she fell in love, she sees the money, she sees the fame, she sees the life that comes with them. Cody, as he puts it, his only fear is what, poverty, right? So
Right.
he gets this extra money. He's like, oh yeah, now I can do this and do that. And like you said, why go, fix the what's broken when I can just go buy something new, even though fixing the broken thing would be $30 and the new thing is $60. I got it. So I'm gonna
Right.
go
Right.
get it. Right. And so I just wonder, I mean, kind of going back to my earlier point, why do you think, you think that's the reason why they didn't? Because now they got the money and it's like, okay, we think this is never going to end, so we're going to live big while we have it. Why would, you not go out and do that to secure the financial stability of you, your wives, and your children?
No, I agree. Because I think that when it comes down to it, I think you're 100% right. Like spoken like somebody who is ready to have money. Like you're talking like somebody who's ready to be blessed with
Trying to. May the Lord bless me.
both. You'll be both. But see, that I think that that's the big part of it. The first part is the reason why they won't get somebody to come in and give them that advice, give them that guidance, is because one, they're too proud and their egos are too strong to think that they know what the hell they're doing. When clearly
Yeah.
you don't. Right? There's a big difference between you being good with a little bit of money and making that money stretch versus you being gifted or blessed with a large amount of money and you trying to make that money work and hold on and retain as much of that money as possible. Those are two different skill sets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then when you think about like because I 100% agree, it would have made sense for them to have somebody come in and give them that advice. And I'm not even talking about somebody to do the taxes. Janelle was somebody who could do their taxes.
Right.
And when you have a W-2 and you're filling out a 1040 EZ form for the IRS, it's way easy to do taxes. It's like maybe 1-2 pages tops. But when you have the type of money that they had coming in, you not only need somebody to do your taxes, you need a financial advisor who's going to tell you what purchases you should make. When you say,
Budgeting,
I want to get a car,
allowances.
and they say, okay, you want a car? Here's what we're going to do. You're going to go get a lease. You're going to put it in the name of your LLC, or you'll take that personal car out. You're not going to purchase the car. You're going to put like maybe some business on it, like Sister Wives on the back thing with a little sticker. And that's just going to be your business card. You know what I
Right.
mean? Or some kind of,
My sister
some
wives
way.
closet.
Right, exactly. Yeah, Sister Wives Closet delivering to your house, but you just never happen to make it out. But
Right. We broke down on the way. Sorry.
right, exactly. But on baloney skins. But the whole thing is that an advisor will actually be able to tell you what you should do with your money, where you could place your money. What's the best place? Because when you're making that kind of money, that's not just sticking in the bank money. That's
Mm-hmm.
that's investment money. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? Which is again, it's a different mindset. But the reason why I think that also, in addition to like the ego and that kind of thing being in the way, Another reason why I don't think that they ever talk to anybody about how to save the money or how to spend the money appropriately or to keep the money is because if they did that, they would have people who are keeping an eye on the money.
True.
And ultimately, I don't think Cody and Robyn wanted anybody to know where the money was going.
True.
So it's harder to steal when people are paying attention. I'm
You're
just saying,
right.
right?
You're right. No,
Not that I'm
that's
saying they're
true.
thieving. Allegedly, it's harder for people to steal if that's what they're
True.
doing.
And
Yeah.
I think too there's also some fear as well probably on their end because it considering that there was some government assistance, things like that being taken advantage of at different points in time, having someone coming in and potentially reporting things that,
Right.
accurately that maybe, I don't know, but
Right.
that,
Right.
that's, that could also have been going on. um, and so I don't know, I just think back and I guess it's also the same mindset around when people win the lottery and they blow through their winnings in a year. It's like when you're not used to having money, you're not used to having money. So you're
Right.
going to just
Right.
spend. But see, they're lucky that again they were in a position where it kept rolling in for them. Whereas lottery winners most often they get that one hit and then it's done for. But I just, for the sake of their kids
Hmm.
primarily. It's like I hate it for them because while their kids are doing great despite the environment that they grew up in, y- they could have all been so much better off with this opportunity. They really could have milked this cow because we're in what season now?
19.
19,
19.
right?
Yeah.
19 seasons. And I'm sorry, 19 seasons of like when I tell you Sister Wives has been around so long. I never, I didn't actually really start watching the show until the last couple of years when Christina announced that she was leaving. I was like, okay, what's going on over here with the Sister Wives and the Browns and what's going on? That's when I tuned in because, but I was always aware of them, right?
Right.
I
Right.
always was aware of, I always knew who they were. For the most part, I always knew who their kids' name because they were just that big. And it's just like when you have that much notoriety, you know, you are given a lot of opportunities that they could have done so much more with. And I hate that. Um, I hate that they really didn't take full advantage of it. Um, but okay, and so that was one. My other thing, this is really my last thing that I had. I'm so curious as to what the expenses are going to be or are on this new home versus the McMansion house.
Hmm.
Because I know with the McMansion house, though that was cheaper, I know that they were also spending money, a lot of money in a lot of other places to maintain that home.
Right.
So I'm very curious what the expenses are going to be on this new house, but also why are you still buying homes like you still have uh four wives and all 18 kids living up under one roof. Why are we doing that? Why are we making decisions like
Right.
that? Because at the end of the day, eventually I anticipate Robin's kids, the older three, are going to at some point potentially move away, start their own families, all of that. Are you expecting them to move their partners in and raise their new families under that roof? Are you expecting all of your other kids to come? Like, what was the thought process? Because truly is and who's truly same age as, is it Solomon? No,
Yes.
they're
Well,
the
she's
same
a
age.
little older than Solomon.
Okay, a little bit older. So we're at like what, 14 and like 12.
Right.
But like your youngest of all of your children, of all your kids,
It's about
while we
9 or
still,
10.
yeah, so we're still less than 10 years from them potentially being out the house, off to college. Why are we still buying huge mansions and doing all this? At this point, this is when, well, kind of like what Betty was saying, I would start looking into maybe downsizing a little bit, or
Mm.
making and just, making smarter money moves because again, this money's not gonna last forever. Clearly, Coyote Pass, that's a bus.
Right.
The death
Right.
of us. So, why are we still purchasing like you guys are these multimillionaires that's going to have this TLC check run, behind you forever, when we can all see the writing on the wall? The show's not going to last that much longer. Honestly,
Right.
I
Right.
wouldn't even be mad if this was the last season of it.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, they
but
already started filming season 20. So
yeah, but I'm saying
yeah.
I wouldn't even be mad if they said, you know what, this is it. There's nowhere further to go. Only thing I want to see before the show completely ends, I want to see Christine or somebody smack the shit out of Robin. I do. I'm not gonna lie. I want to
Right.
see it because she and Cody, actually, matter of fact, smack them both back to back for me. For me, because I was even the whole situation with Big G, everything that they've done, all the lying, the cheating, the stealing, all of it. Oh my God! You want to talk about? Would you say we'll call you the brick face killer? Oh
Yeah.
man! Oh man! I'd be camped out on the front yard. Okay, camped out.
Yeah. Right.
I'm your personal rooster. Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Yeah. Right.
No, we're not no restaurant here.
You
But
better
anyway,
keep
but
window panes in that house.
hello, soundproof everything. But no, but like I said, with the your thoughts as far as the house, it's expensive, or like what are your and them buying, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that one, I think it was foolish for them to purchase the home. I think it's a lot of house because the thing is, like, when you're on a precipice where you have the ability to buy those big houses, there's always that temptation. Oh, I could get this big house, it'll be amazing. And the only reason why they got that big house is not for the kids. They got that big house because they want to stun on fools. That's
Hmm.
it. They want to
What
stun on
Kendrick
people.
say? Sometimes you gotta pop out and
Yeah,
show.
yeah. Show what it is. And that's why I think they did it. Like, I think that Christine was out there, she was buying, like, she had a house built, then she went and bought bed and breakfast, and she went and bought another bed. And so they say, okay, well, we're about to show you what it really is. So we're gonna
Hmm.
go out and buy a bigger house. The problem with that is that when they had the McMansion, technically it's a smaller house, but it's one home. They had additional expenses because they put a heated driveway in, I guess, to help melt the snow and things of that
Yeah.
nature when it snows. That's money. And it just adds to the utility cost. Because when you purchase a house that size, it's not just the home purchase that you have to worry about. It's the upkeep that you have to worry about. You have to be able to fix it, which they weren't really doing a good job of
Mm-mm.
at the McMansion. So you buy a bigger, more expensive house that you have to upkeep, and that house not only has the one house, but it has multiple structures that is going to be even more money as far as like upkeep and utilities. So that
True.
house is going to be crazy expensive. Then of course you have property taxes that you have to pay, so on and so forth. So it's a lot that has to go into it. And I think that one of the big drawbacks to it is kind of what you were saying with the lottery. One of the things that makes the lottery so bad, when you're broke and you don't have a lot of money, you don't have access to a lot of money. So you could, before the lottery, before you win the lottery, you could literally have zero money in the bank. You hit the lottery, and all of a sudden you go from having zero money in the bank to having $20 million in the bank.
Right.
But when you spend down that $20 million and you go back to broke, you'll have uh, zero money in the bank where you were when you started, but now you have a debt of like $5 million
Mm.
because so many things open up to you because you have those resources, because you have that collateral. And I think that when you look at Cody and Coyote Pass, I think that they use Coyote Pass as collateral. Their ownership in Coyote Pass is collateral, because I looked it up and it said that Coyote Pass right now is an estimated value of $1.7 million. And Cody and Robyn own 68% of that
Mm.
property.
Okay.
So they could use that as collateral for the house that they bought now, the $2.1 million house. And that's why I don't
Right.
think that they're going to give, like, I think that if Robyn, or not Robyn, if Janelle and Mary want some of Coyote Pass, I think they got to strap in and be ready for a fight, because they're not going to
100%.
give that much money away. They're
and
just
they're
not.
gonna find some excuse or reasoning to try and justify why it's fair and it's no big deal, as
Right,
Robin
right.
loves to say. And they're
They're
gonna
right.
find some way to justify it, and that's why I say I really at the end of the day I feel bad for the OG3, but everyone saw this coming.
Hmm.
Everyone saw this coming, and how did how did you guys still allow yourself? I don't want to get into that because there's a whole, like you said,
Right.
that goes into their religion and how they're raised and everything. But yeah, I think there's a lot to be unpacked. So with that family, some of it I care to know, some of it I don't. But I'm gonna keep on watching and painfully and keep on tuning into your lives and your videos
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you
until
so much.
until it's over.
There you go. There you go.
Are we
Hang around. Keep coming back. I'll be doing
oh,
more stuff.
always. I just wanted to ask, are we getting anything with Sarah tomorrow?
No, no. Sarah and I are no
Okay.
longer doing the Mondays, or at
Okay,
least
okay.
until maybe when they come back. I don't know.
Right.
But for right now, we're not doing Mondays anymore. I think she
Okay.
might do something at 7. I'm gonna probably put something out maybe a little earlier so you can check
Okay.
that out. But yeah, yeah,
Cool.
that's how
Because
it
I had
works.
something to do. So I was like, do I need to be set? Do I not? What do I need to do? Where do I need to be?
No, you good to go. You good to go.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, James. You have a
Uh,
great night.
Thank you so much. You have a great night.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, bye. Awesomeness. Awesomeness. Thank you so much, Iana. Coming to the stage next, we have Janet. Janet, what's going on?
Hey James, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm not
Yes, I
used
can.
to. Oh, awesome. I'm so glad to finally get one of your lives and get to talk to you in person. I love listening to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I like your cat.
Oh, thank you. She's my whole life. um, so I have a lot of thoughts. I'll have to try
Okay.
to rein it in and not talk about every thought that I've had, but just I'm gonna open by saying, why does Cody always need to chuckle at himself every time he says anything in a talking head? I want to punch him. Like he thinks it's like he thinks he's hilarious, and he's just like, who are you talking to, sir? I don't
Right.
understand. And does anybody else find he looks around and he's constantly it's like he's constantly on display, and he's always playing to the audience, but nobody likes you.
Right. Right. Well, I think that the way they do the talking heads, I think that they have a like I think they give him a little bit of a boys club. I'd be willing
I
to
think so
bet.
too.
I can't prove it, but I'd be willing to bet they give him like a little boys club where they have a bunch of guys who are the cameramen, maybe even some of the sound guys, the director who's
Yeah.
asking questions, like the guys who prompting the questions. So Cody feels comfortable at that point because a lot of stuff that he says, he'll say some of the most misogynistic things,
Yeah.
but he'll say it in a way like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what?
I
Like,
know. And it's like lack of self-awareness, but yeah, somebody's
yeah,
telling him, I don't know if it's just because he's lived all these years having this idea, having his best, he's Robin's best customer. Is that how she says it? Anyway,
yeah,
gross.
yeah.
But I don't know if he's just over the years has become so not self-aware, but it's like somebody's gassing him up, but I can't think of anybody who thinks he's amusing just because he's terrible. But anyway, when you were talking before about your daughter,
Mhm,
I thought you hit on some amazing points about how basically even from a kindergartner, so or daycare, if she's direct, it's not treated the same, and I would have to agree that's very true for ladies when they're growing up. It's just not treated the same. If you're direct, it's not seen as a good thing.
right,
And I thought
right.
it was really amazing that you were able to just recognize how messed up that is, because being direct isn't bad. It's a good thing. It's a great thing to foster. And it's also
Mhm,
just, if somebody's picking on you, you have to stand up for yourself. But then it's it gets turned around to you're not supposed to. And it just kind of reminded me when you contrast that with what happened with him and Isabel,
mhm.
like I've been watching Sister Wives, like kind of like binge watching it for the past little bit. My brother actually passed away like a few weeks ago, and it's
Oh, I'm
just
sorry to
been
hear
like
that.
a good distraction. Thanks, James. But like I love listening to your lives, and I've been rewatched the old ones and stuff just because it's like nice to just, you got a great community here. I thought like the points that everybody's hit on is great. But yeah, like when I was rewatching or like watching like for the first time, like when he didn't go to her surgery,
Mm,
that was like that was wild.
right.
I don't understand that. I know this is sort of like old news and stuff. It's nothing really current, but like the way when he was talking to her, he's like, "You're not going to be a better housewife." So basically telling them, "I tell me what I want to hear. Yeah, I want you to tell me what I want to hear.
Yeah, make me
Don't
feel
tell me how
better
you
about
actually
screwing
feel."
you over. Right?
Yeah.
Because that's what it was. It was like, tell me you're not gonna be a bitter old woman. Like the fact he
Yeah.
said, like, yeah, yeah, maybe I don't want to get into this because it does get me kind of pissed off. Like, but the fact
Me too.
he was like, tell me you're not gonna be a bitter woman. In other words, say something to make me feel better about
Yes.
screwing you over. Like,
Yeah.
what the shit?
Even though
Like,
you're going for surgery tomorrow, so like you might
right.
be a little concerned about that, but like my feelings are what matter, and it's sad. Like I'm also like sad for him that he's that out of touch because
Mm,
she seems like an amazing young lady, and like I'm so glad her mom was there to support her. But like I thought it was really mature of her to basically have to look at him and be like, Dad, they wouldn't do the surgery during COVID unless they felt like it was necessary. Like
right.
I'm a nurse and I work in Canada, so I know there's differences, but I would have to agree in like 2020, if that's when it happened, 2021, they wouldn't be doing that surgery unless she needed it because there was an awful lot going on, still is, with the pandemic and stuff. And like
Mm,
just him being like, I don't think we need the surgery yet, blah 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 blah. Like even though your back is like bent this much. And it's like she basically had to say that like I need the surgery, and like the fact he suggested that she go by herself, that
right.
actually made me cry. Like I was like, "Whoa." And then he's like, "Oh, I shouldn't have said that." But it's what you thought though. Like
Right,
cuz
right.
I never heard that he was worried about like her like getting COVID. It was like, I can't go with you because I don't want to get COVID. And I don't know, it was just it was very disappointing and it was hard to watch. And I don't know, it just kind of wrapped up how I feel like he treats certain members of his family, because there's no way if one of Robin's kids needed to go for surgery, I don't feel like there's any way that he would miss it. He didn't miss an ear piercing,
Right. Well, because I
like
think
for a
that
20-year-old.
right, and I think that that's a fair point. Like the ironic part is, if it was one of Robin's kids, not only would he not miss the surgery, but they would the wives, no matter what they had going on at their house, they would have been criticized to no end if
Hmm.
they would have protested that, hey, well, you go for the surgery. When you come back, I expect you to spend the night at my house.
Yeah.
Whoa, you aren't taking your sister wives into consideration. Robin
Right.
really needs me there. And this is why I can't come over there because you're such a selfish person. And so on
Yeah.
and so forth. And they would have got chewed out that way. The other part of it is that when it came to Isabel's surgery, one, like you said, because my dad, he had to go into the hospital during COVID. He had an issue with his heart, so he had to go in for a heart surgery
And that's
uh
scary during that time.
during
Yeah,
COVID. Yeah,
especially. Yeah.
and they would not, like, just as a general practice, and I'm in the Northeast,
Hmm.
they weren't seeing anybody unless it was absolutely necessary
Oh,
during that
fuck no.
time.
There's no way. Like they would
Period.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was no such thing as an elective surgery where you just, oh, I want to get my nose done because it's a
That's
little
right.
crooked. They
That's
were
right.
not seeing you. They weren't even talking to you at that point.
That's
So
right.
it was a time when, it was absolutely necessary for her to get that surgery. It was something that
Hmm.
they risked, they risk rewarded it and said, you know what, we need to do this surgery because it's so important that this
That's
surgery
right.
gets done. And they
Yep.
flew her in. And I think that part of the reason why Cody was so adamant about her going by herself and why he didn't want her to go, it was because that was his way. And this is my opinion.
Hmm.
But in my opinion, I think that he was trying to punish Christine because he wasn't getting along with her.
I think
And
so
this is
too.
the way he was doing it. So he would
Yeah.
I'm about to cut, but the messed up thing about that whole thing was not only the fact that he was going to make her go by herself, or that
Hmm.
he was trying to get her to stall it out, but he did all that to try to hurt her mom. Like,
Yeah.
you would put your kid through all that because you don't like her mother? Like,
Because you
there's
don't want her in
something wrong with
control.
you. Right.
He didn't want Christy making decisions. I feel like that bothered him more than anything.
Mhm.
And I do think he was scared of COVID, but it also he couldn't quite keep his story straight because I feel like they asked him like if it wasn't for COVID, would you go? And he's like, yes. But then he had previously said he couldn't be away from other members of the family with the little kids. Like he couldn't be away from the little kids for that long, for however long it would be. So like I understand some of that is like quarantining from COVID and stuff, but I don't know. It just didn't like it didn't seem genuine to me. It didn't seem like he could quite figure out why he couldn't go. He already made his mind up that he wouldn't go. And then
Right.
was coming up with reasons after almost. And it's like that hurts. Like I'm sure as a, like I don't know if she was like 17. I feel like she was still in high school. Like
She was 17. She was 17. It was
that's
before her
crazy, like,
18th
to
birthday.
go through something that scary too, and just have, like, your dad to know that he's not gonna come, but even the night before is like, "You're not gonna be mad at me though, right?" It's like, "Okay, well, obviously, that's what you want me to say," and as a 17-year-old, like, who probably was trying to, like, in some way not fight with her very volatile father who flies off the handle at things, like, she went along with what he said, but it's like, if he actually cared about how she really felt, it was pretty clear that it bothered her and that she
Right.
thought his priorities were fucked up and he should have gone. But I don't know. I just feel like it's like when you said with him, like fighting with Christine, wanting to punish Christine, also just doesn't, he seems to have a huge problem with any of the wives being like in control of anything he does. It's to the point where like he's obsessed with it. Like in like the Manosphere stuff, I'm sure is like playing into that. But it's like he doesn't treat the wives the same, like, the ones that actually went along with what he said, like, look at what happened to, like, Mary. Mary did everything he said.
Right. Right. And she got screwed over. Well, because I would even say that when push comes down to shove with his concern about COVID, one, you could be concerned about COVID, and realistically, he didn't have to go down and hang out with them at the sister's house. He didn't
Right.
have to go down for recovery. The only
No.
thing he had to go down for was the procedure. When she goes in,
Yep.
you're one of the last people to see her go in, and when
Yes.
she comes out and
Be the
she's
first one there.
okay, you're one
Yep.
of the first people she sees when she wakes up. And he could have
That's
hopped
right.
his happy ass on a plane, came home, sat down for 2 weeks, and then went back to Robyn's house. That's
Yeah.
the first part if he was concerned
It's a
about
good
COVID.
point.
But
Yeah, that's a
even
good point.
that is suspect because of the fact that it was one, they kept getting caught between him and Robyn. They kept getting caught going out to getting pulled over. There was a couple times they got pulled over. Robyn got pulled over out in the street, and she was out, no mask with the kids in the car, out,
Yeah.
riding around for fun. Cody, not long after the surgery for Isabel, where he couldn't be too
Mm.
far away from his kids for too long because of COVID, he went down and did a wedding where
Yep.
nobody in the place was wearing a damn mask and
Nope.
nobody was social distancing.
He
So
was dancing with them close. Like
yeah,
he was that what was up with
he
that
was running
dancing too?
around the
Just don't
room
do that.
up
Don't
towards
what kind of dancing was
all the
that?
people and 6 feet from nobody. He's running
6 feet
around
from
shaking hands, kissing
nobody.
people, hugging people, and at the same time he's sitting there saying that he's concerned about COVID. So I don't think that
I
is
know.
accurate or true.
It's crazy.
You
It's like
know,
I don't think it is either. I don't think he can quite figure out like I don't know what his story is, but for that, like, it's a really good point you made. He didn't have to be there for the whole recovery, for sure. Like, he could have like come home right after surgery, like, and quarantine. I still think that he should have been there, but even if he was just there for the surgery, because I've seen parents when they're like, I work with babies, when their babies have to go for surgery, there's nothing scarier than that to watch your child have to go in for surgery, and those like however long it is, if it's an hour, 5 hours, whatever, those are some of the longest hours of their life because you
right?
don't know what's you like you have somebody coming out like a liaison nurse will come out and give you updates and stuff, but I cannot imagine. I'm not a parent. I cannot imagine what they go through. I don't know what it feels like, but I see it, and there's nothing scarier than your child being like under for surgery. You don't know what's going to happen. You can't guarantee they're going to be okay.
Mhm.
And like the fact that Christine was doing it alone, I believe her when she says the doctors like were shocked she was there by herself Because, like, even if he was just there for the surgery, it's like to have somebody else there with you, even just as a to distract you, like while your child's in like under the knife. Like, I just can't. Like, I can't even imagine how
Well, I
scary
mean,
that must have been for
I
him.
think that it serves better to put it into perspective, because if you look at it from the perspective of we are where we are now, we know that she went for the surgery and he did all these things and it was crazy that he did it, and she went to the surgery, she
Yeah.
came out and she was fine. The reality of it is, though, is that when you take a step back and look at it from a mile high perspective, he
Mm-hmm.
sent his child across the country.
Mm-hmm.
When she walked into the place, there was a distinct, very real possibility that she could walk into the hospital to get her surgery and she could spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair.
Yes.
That was a very,
Absolutely.
very real possibility, absolute
Yeah.
100%. And he was too busy too busy and too concerned with his other family to take the time to make sure that his child, his responsibility and his duty was okay. And
Yeah.
now it's easy for me to say because I don't have kids all over the place, but I also say this. I chose not to have kids all over the place because I chose to be present for my kids when they needed me.
Right.
And this is a life you chose. You didn't go out and accidentally have 18 damn kids. You
No, that's for
chose to
sure.
do that.
He still
You know what I
talks about
mean?
having more. He still
Right.
talks about maybe having more.
Right. Well, he tried for more because
Right.
technically, I think Christine had two miscarriages and Mary had a miscarriage, and
Right.
those are just
Right.
the
Right.
ones we
Right.
know about.
Yeah.
So technically, there's a possibility somewhere in the multiverse he's sitting on top of 21 children plus.
Right.
Mary says she wanted way more kids than she had just the one. So,
Yeah.
but this is a choice that you made. This is the type of family that you chose.
Mm-hmm.
The family structure is something you chose. The number of kids is something you chose, and you failed on this front. So, and I don't think that there's any coming back from that. Like, I don't think that there's anything he's going to be able to say that's going to be able to fix it.
No, and I don't know like if there's part of him that feels bad. I don't know if there is or not, but the way he talks, it's like he's generally like if somebody questions you or like seems like they're not loyal to you or they seems like they're saying something bad about you or your own children are gossiping about you, it's really weird to hear a grown adult talk about their children gossiping about them and calling it gossip. It's strange, but like if you don't feel like you did anything wrong, I'm not sure how much you would care about that. I'm like maybe you would talk to your kids like on one of your previous, I think it was on one of your previous like commentary like videos you had mentioned like if I had a problem with my kid, you're their father, so you if they don't want to talk to you on the phone, you go see them, you do whatever you can to let them know that we need to work this out, and if they need a little space, that's fine. But
Mm,
like to say that it's up to Janelle or it's up to so and so or whoever, like like up to the moms, and like to tell them to call you, it's like no, it's
right,
not though, like and it's just strange to me like he doesn't behave like somebody who actually believes he hasn't done anything wrong, but he also behaves like somebody who's like the knife in the kidneys and everything. Like that's as I hate to say it, but as fun as that is to watch because it's like hilariously horrible. But like, is some of that for the cameras? Because that seems genuine. I don't think he's that good of an actor. Like I think
right,
that he genuinely like he's unhinged, but like he doesn't act like somebody who actually believes like I don't know how to describe it. Like he does act like he believes his own like story that he's telling himself, but the amount that he like like has a negative like extreme reaction to any like tiny little bit of criticism, I don't know, like it's something's obviously wrong there, but somewhere deep down I think he knows he fucked up. I think he has
right,
to. Like he has to know that he's not doing everything he should as a father. I have no idea what it would be like to have 18 kids, but like you said, he didn't have 18 kids by accident.
right, right,
So I don't know, like I'm just rambling now, but his behavior and the way he like yells at the wives and stuff like that, it's just I don't know, like there seems to be something like very off. And when Robin talks about him, and it'll be like, he's really like, it's we need to like really, carry him because he's tired and he's like saying scary stuff and he's this and he's that. And these wives have like stretch marks and weight gain and all this stuff. And I'm like, when she makes comments like that, I'm like, first of all, the lady that he had the best sex life with, other than her, allegedly, was definitely Janelle. And I don't know where people get this idea that if a woman is overweight, that like it's shocking that a man would still want to like have sex with her. It's crazy because it's like she just, I don't know, the way she talked and she said the stretch marks and like weight gain comment. I was like, are you a little bit like threatened? Is that why you're saying that? Or yeah, I don't know if that was specifically about like any one of them. It seemed like it was about all of them. But like the only one that he was really sleeping with still was it was Janelle.
Right.
And like there's always for Robyn, I don't have like that much sympathy because there's always an excuse for Cody. And it's always about how like the other wives aren't doing enough and she gets him and she speaks Cody and this and that and this that. Well, you got him now. At what cost? I don't know, but he's yours now. And I don't know, like just the way she talks and the stretch marks weight gain comment that she made to me was like it sounded to me like she was somebody who's threatened by something and trying to put the other wives down. It's like, why are you doing that? You got him. You're his
Right.
favorite. So
Right.
now he's yours. So
Well,
why are
because
you still talking about them?
I think that the whole stretch mark comment, as well as Cody's like knife in the kidneys comment,
Yeah.
I think it all goes back to the simple fact that they do believe it. Like I think that
Yeah.
in their minds, if Cody has to suffer at all with anything, then he's right, they're wrong. Like I
Because
think
he's
that Cody
suffering.
genuinely believes that he gave up a lot, and everybody
Hmm.
and kind of what we were talking about early on about the producer and the people being in the room during a confessional where he's
Yeah.
sniggling and giggling. I think that in their minds, everybody agrees with them. And
Yeah.
so he's just saying, like, guys, you know what it's like when your wife gain weight and you got to deal with stretch marks and weight gain and all that. I
Hmm.
mean, come on, she's not the same woman that you married back in high school.
Right.
Like, not recognizing the fact that you aren't the same dude. Like, there's a big
No,
difference between Cody now and Cody in high school. When
that's
you look at
right.
like, they look like two different people. Like the
Very much
Cody
so. Yeah.
from the wedding when he married
When he used to
Mary
marry. Yeah.
versus now, he's a different person. Like you look
Yeah.
totally different, bro. Like you look crazy now. Back then, you weren't a bad looking dude. Like it is what it is. You know what I mean?
He
I don't
does.
be a
He's
dick, but
looking
it is what it
crazy
is.
all the time.
Yeah, you look crazy.
Yeah.
But I think that that's where, like with Robyn and him, that's him portraying like how much he's suffering and how much he's sacrificing by lowering himself to be with
Yeah.
these women. Not
Yeah.
recognizing the fact that every time he says the weird part is where he's not picking up on social cues, is that every time you say something like that, you turn off another new group of people.
Hmm.
So the one thing about like all the people tuning into Sister Wives now, like Ayana, I think she said that she just started watching it back in
Yeah.
season
I liked her
16.
commentary.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people started watching in season 16,
Hmm.
but he's just only thing he's doing now is he has a new opportunity to turn off a whole new group of people.
Right. Yeah.
So he's successful at that. Congratulations, Cody. What mission accomplished?
Yeah, it's so true. It's like I never watched it like when it was on TV or anything, but I started watching it on Discovery. Just I think like I don't remember why, but then like my favorite thing to do is actually just listen to commentary on it, and then I'll go back and sometimes just watch like the tell-alls or watch certain like episodes and stuff. But like
Mm,
what has happened is like it's good. I'm really glad that the wives aren't with them anymore, and like the opener to the like where
yeah,
all the rings fall off. Like the first time I saw that with like the graphic of like the sister wives and then all the rings fall off of like whatever letter they're on. And I was like, okay, whoever made that, it's like I don't know, it's really hard not to laugh at that, but I was also like, what's going on? It's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
But I think that like it's good that I'm glad that the marriage is dissolved because like it needed to be, but, like, it's weird to me that he acts like it's wrong that they did it, and it's like, "You didn't love them, though, you keep saying you don't love them."
Hmm.
Like, other people stay in a loveless marriage, people do it all the time, are you crazy? Like, I feel like
Yeah,
you're on drugs, like, I really do feel like I mean, allegedly, like, Not saying he is for sure. Obviously, we won't know that, and like speculating on that's probably not the best thing to do. But he doesn't act like somebody who's not on drugs.
Right,
And
right.
like it's crazy to me that you could be that self-obsessed and think that like somebody should stay in loveless marriages with you, like put Mary in a barndominium and like, I don't even know what to do with Mary. Like those like it's crazy. And
Yeah,
it's like just be like just go be with Robyn. I was really proud of Mary for saying that. It's like just go be with Robyn. Just or whoever said it, I can't remember now, but just if you're happy with Robyn, what's the problem? Why
right.
are you obsessed with like who cares what people say about you if you like that's the one you're in love with? But I don't know, like I think you said before on one of your like videos that like you're not sure that like how long Robyn will stay with him, and me neither, because it doesn't seem like she has that like lifestyle where she used to. Like it's a very different place to be the favorite of four rather than the only one. And
Right.
sometimes like she's probably seeing that it's not as fun when there's nobody else that you're on top of. Like you're not number one of four, you're one of one.
Right,
And
right. And then you have
yeah,
to do it all the time. I think that's the biggest problem is
I
that
think so too. Yep.
you can pretend when you only doing it once a week.
Yep.
You got when he come over and he expects you to do the once a week thing, you think you used to do only once a week. He expects it 7 nights a week. Like you
Yeah.
need a break because that's not who you are.
And
And I
you
think
can't
that that's where his
pretend
challenge
7
is.
nights a week.
Right,
It's like it's not that hard to be like, if you don't have, if he comes over to your house and he has mentioned it before, like if I'm fighting with one, I'll just go to the other one's house or whatever. I'm not against polyamory. I'm not like judging it, like whatever works for different people, like is fine. But I think one problem of it is like just him being like, well, if I get mad at this one, I'll go to the next one's house. And it's like Robyn was
right,
like, always like, treat him like your best customer. Yeah, that's, you can do that if you have a nanny and you live in a big, beautiful house and you have all this help and you have all this money. You only have to see him once a week, but it's going to wear thin and you can't keep up the facade. Like you're not going to be able to keep up the facade all the time. And I don't know, it's just interesting to watch. I really like listening to people's commentary on it, and appreciate everybody in the community here. It's nice to just listen to people's takes on it. And when I'm like watching the show, I'm talking to it by myself because I can't help but talk back to Cody because he's horrible. But it's just
right.
really like you're really hilarious. I love what everybody had to say. I've taken up a lot of your time. I'll definitely be calling in again when you have lives. It's just so fun to actually get to talk to you. But
I
yeah, I have
appreciate it.
so many thoughts. I could go on forever, but I want to not take up all your time. But appreciate you.
Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. You have a fantastic evening.
You too. Thanks, James.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to go Elizabeth, then I'll go Brittany, not Brittany, then Caramel Cuties. So, Elizabeth, what's going on?
Hi, I'm so excited to be on your show. Love it, love it, love it. And I have to tell you, my husband loves your show.
Awesome.
This
Oh, I said hello.
he's this poor guy. He gets tortured with Sister Right videos and our commute to work. And but when he hears your voice, he's like, "There's HBO. I can, he can tolerate." So he's so excited. Here, you want to say hi?
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm all right. How you doing, brother?
Doing excellent. Excellent.
Oh, good. So I just have two things to say.
Sure.
One is for TLC. I think we all want to sit down with everyone on the couch. They do it for all the other shows. So I don't understand why kid gloves for Cody and the wives. I just think that we deserve to, see Cody with Christine in the same room where she gets to say her piece and bring up the child support and bring up all those things he doesn't do so that he can't gaslight, because when there's no one there to contradict him, it's just crazy.
Right.
So.
Right. Well, I think you know what I would love to see. I would love to see not that either take the leash off of Suki and let her do her thing, or
Yeah.
bring somebody in that can challenge Cody. Because at the end of the day, I hear a lot of talk about accountability and culpability and responsibility, but I don't see anybody holding Cody accountable and responsible. And when you're sitting there and you're leveling all these accusations, it only seems fair to me that you at least give people an opportunity to be able to respond to these accusations. You know what I mean? Like if you want to sit there and talk shit about me, at least give me the opportunity to be able to say, look, that's not true.
Yeah.
If you're gonna allow me, at least give me the chance to be like, no, that's a damn lie. That doesn't make any sense. Why would I do that? Why would who
Yeah.
does that? Why would I do that?
Why is it a sacred cow? I don't know.
Right. Exactly. Why do I gotta sit around and kiss somebody's behind like Rob? You bring it in, and again, I guess maybe I'm attacking it from like a monogamous perspective, but I couldn't imagine like I'm gonna bring a woman into my house,
Yeah.
and then me and her sit around talk about my wife, and then I expect my wife to be nice to her. Like what?
I know.
That doesn't even make any sense.
My husband he wants to ask you a question. I have no idea what it is. And
Sure.
he drives me crazy with his support of Cody. Just a warning to everyone. Okay, here.
No, I just wonder. To me, it seems as if the marriage between the five of them would have lasted longer had two things not taken place. One, COVID, and two, if they were all living in the same household together. But I mean, I think the whole entire thing is foobar anyway, but whatever.
Right. Well, I mean, it's destined to fail. I think that I do think that if COVID wouldn't have happened, it would have stretched things out a lot longer.
Yeah.
And if you know what I mean, because at that point, Cody wouldn't have the excuse to not go see the wives. He would at least have to interact with them on some level. And then of course Christine never would have got the courage to realize she could do it by herself because he basically screwed her with Isabel and she had to do it alone. So you wouldn't have had that. The one house thing, I think that the one house thing works. The whole premise of it, I think that like if you peel it all back, part of the reason why a lot of people disagree, because this is a conversation I had with my wife earlier. It's funny you brought it up, but I think part of the premise that many of us approach this with is that we inherently have a sense of fairness. And so when we look at it, to me, if you're going to do this type of relationship, the only way I could see me doing it is if I could know for sure that I could treat everybody who is involved fairly. So I'm spending equal time with each one of my wives. I'm spending equal time with my kids, and everybody gets along. And so if I go out and find somebody else, I don't pull a Cody where I go out and start dating somebody behind everybody back and then bring her back and expect everybody to accept her. I have to include them all along the way. So if, hey, I met somebody, crazy for me. Hey, baby, to my wife, hey, baby, I met somebody and expected not to be any dishes broke.
A society where women don't have any rights whatsoever.
Right, exactly. You just got to take it. Like that would have to be the whole thing. Mm-hmm. So with that being said, if everybody was in it for what I would consider to be the right reason or more equitable position from the start, then them moving into one house would make sense. But if you have a favorite wife, then what you're doing is you're essentially putting that favorite wife relationship in the faces of everybody else who's there.
Yeah.
Good point.
And that just creates way more problems. And in general, like to be honest with you, and again, this is my limitation. For people who can do it, you can do it. Me, this is my limitation. I don't know if I have the patience or wherewithal to be able to deal with so many personalities all at once.
Amen to that.
Like I'd be a lot of alcohol drunk, like at my house. It'd be a lot. So it's just too much for me. Like I couldn't do it. So, for those who can, God bless you. But for me, it's just too much. It'd be too much.
Yeah. Okay. And my second thing was, I think that after the tell-alls this time, that creators, I wish I had time to do this, but I work so much, should do a clapback for all of Cody's lies. And they should just take all the clips from the show and just prove that he's lying, because I feel so unsatisfied when he just gets away with things. And so if they could just take a clip from the show and then a clip from what he said in the in the tell-all, and then say no, not true, and just kind of just do lie.
Right.
So
that's an idea. I might try it. I'll try to do it. But the one limitation is that if you try to do it, I'm afraid that the video will probably be about 3 hours long.
Oh yeah,
because he layers it in. Like
he does. It's so complex. You have to. Really, I started thinking, like, did I not remember that correctly?
Video series. It's a whole video series.
Right. It's like episode 7 of volume 29.
I know.
because both him and Robyn, like they'll say stuff. Because I remember, was it season 17 tell all. He did the whole like I guess most obvious. He did the description of I went out with Mary for our anniversary and she gave me the Rice Krispie treats, and at that moment I thought I was going to take her back. But then if you go back and watch the episode, I got in an argument. Well, he said eventually, I got in an argument with Christine because I told her, baby, I think I could work it out with Mary. And she lost her mind and she wouldn't let it happen. But then you go back and watch the episode. Mary says to him, what would you do if I kissed you right now? He was like, ugh.
I remember that. I remember.
Yeah.
These people were pretending for years. Yeah.
Yeah, he told her that at that little holiday or anniversary picnic, he told her basically, you could pack your stuff and leave and I'd be okay with you going. Yeah. Is what he told her. So I don't know from what point in that conversation you got, I thought we could work it out when you just told her she could leave.
Yeah, he knows. I think he knows exactly when he's lying. I feel like he does it just to drive us all crazy sometimes.
Yeah. He's doing it just trying to get your ulcer bigger. That's all it is. He's just trying to create ulcer.
Well, that's all I had to say, and I just wanted to thank you. I'm sure it takes a lot of work putting these together, and those of us out here, we really appreciate it. So
thank you. Yeah. And thank you to your husband for calling in. One of the first guys that called into the show. I appreciate it.
Thank you, bro.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
All right, take care.
All right, you have a good night, Elizabeth. Have a good night.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
All right, bye. All right, got a married couple calling in, laying the facts. All right, we got Brittany now. Brittany, what's going on, Brittany? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. Welcome to the show.
Yay. Hello, everyone. So first things first, I want to piggyback off of what Elizabeth said in this, like her last point. There was a creator, it was a bunch of creators. They did this long playlist called A Marvelous Scene. And basically each creator would take their favorite scene from a Marvel movie and explain like why it was a good scene in Marvel, why it made Marvel what it is, et cetera, et cetera. And I like that idea. I think it'd be really cool if, we could like get all the Sister Wives creators to, after the reunion, do like, like you pick your lie that Cody and Robyn told, or you pick one topic from the tell-all that you want to do a video about, and then just make one big playlist of everybody just piggybacking off of each other. I know that would take a lot of logistics and everything, but that would be really fun to like see. It was like, that'd be fun. And that'd be, even if you did a 3-hour one, I would sit and listen to the whole 3-hour one. But if everybody did one and it was like 3 hours long, I would still listen to it too. So
right. Yes. That does sound like a good idea. It sounds fun.
Like it'd be fun. Yeah. And then my next thing, I wanted to piggyback off of something that Janet said, where she was talking about when y'all were talking about Cody not going with Isabel. And one of the things that I also wanted to point out was that Cody's reason for being mad about them going without him, yes, it was because he wanted to punish Christine and he was like trying to kowtow to Robyn, but he was also upset because in his like, solo interview portion, he was talking about how he needed to be there so that way he could be the one that Isabel leaned on. Like nothing to do with, I want to make sure that, if she's in any pain, I can advocate for her, or, I just want to make sure that she's okay. I want to know the moment she's out of surgery. I just want to be there for her. None of that. All of his comments related back to him getting the attention for being there for Isabel.
Right.
Which goes along with him because, when Robyn and when Maddie were having kids, it was all about him being like, oh, don't listen to me. I've only had, however many kids. And you're just like, mofo, you did not have nary one a kid.
Right.
You didn't do a damn thing.
You were in the
Nothing.
room watching it happen. Yeah.
Bro,
I didn't
bro,
feel a thing. Like
you just
well, because
you
it actually that perspective reminds me of what you were saying about Isabel. That actually reminds me of sad note. Might be triggering for some people, but it reminds me of an interview he did after Big G's passed, and he was talking
Mhm.
about Garrison passing, and he said something to the effect of, "What I'm going to miss about Garrison is him trying to make me laugh."
Right.
Like, what the shit? Like, the
What
what?
does that have
That's
to
what
do
you
with
don't miss?
anything? Quick pause. Michelle, yes, we are leaving one Sister Wives creator off of that list. She doesn't get to be there. That was from me, not from you, James.
Oh,
So
okay. What
if
I do? No, I
if
don't know
she
who that
watches it
is.
back, I said it. Come at me. but but yeah, like that just goes back to him making everything is about him. His kids are to feed his ego. The amount of wives, him getting into polygamy is all to do with feeding his own ego,
Mhm.
which it just it it frustrates me because it's if he were honest about it and like it's not good to be honest, but he's honest about stuff that he shouldn't be honest with anyway.
Right.
So it's kind of
Right.
like just stand 10 toes down on it. Like you don't care about Isabel because Isabel's going to be in pain. You care about Isabel because you want to be the one that she calls on. Because, like, what was it? He was upset after when she got back and they were talking about how, oh, she was asking for her dad. She kept asking for her dad. And Cody was like, oh, yeah, she kept asking for me. Didn't you, Isabel? And Isabel was like, I actually don't remember that, to be
Right.
honest.
Right.
And Cody was so butthurt about it. And you're just like, that's why you wanted to be there. So that way you could like smirk in Christine's face and be like, haha, she likes me more than you. And you're just
Right.
like, this isn't a competition. Her spine is in pieces right now.
Right.
So maybe let's
Pull back on the
respect it.
right.
You
Well,
know.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. Like, if
Mhm,
I was in that situation, it would bother me to the end of days, to the end of my
mhm.
days, the day I took my last breath. It would bother me if my daughter, son, whatever, child said that, when I was in surgery, I went to surgery, a surgery you could have been there for and chose not to be there.
Yes.
And when I came out, I was asking for you and
Mhm.
you weren't there.
And
That
you
would
were
be
there.
that's nightmare fuel for me. That would be straight nightmare fuel. Like, your kid is calling for you and you can't be there in the time when they need you. And you're sitting there more proud of the fact that they called for you as opposed to horrified at the reality that they called for you because they
Yes.
needed you and you weren't there. That in itself shows a lot of place. Like, that tells you right where you are as
I
a
don't
person
I
in that
was
relationship.
telling I was telling, like, commenting in the chat. A few weeks ago, I got the flu real bad. I mean, like, I
Mm.
was out down bad for like
Oh,
a
you
week.
thought that was it, huh?
Oh man,
Like,
oh
Lord,
man,
not like this.
like
Not
honestly,
with the
I was like, if you want to take me now, Lord, you can do it.
Right,
It's
right.
fine.
I'm
It's
ready. I'm
fine.
ready.
I can go. It's cool.
Right.
But I like so my fiance, he was like, taking care of me and like, whatever. But I wanted my dad. I was like, you
Mm.
call my dad and ask him to bring me some medicine.
Yeah,
We
right.
had medicine, and I was like, no, my dad knows which one to get.
He knows my favorite. He
Bro,
got the ones that work. Like, it's the
yes,
same stuff though. Like,
exactly.
but he
Exactly.
knows how I
No
take it.
different. You know? And he did. He called my dad, and my dad came like as soon as he got off work. Him and my mom, they went and got soup, they got medicine and everything. They came, like he checked my forehead and made sure that I was like not, having a huge fever or anything. But like he just showed, and that was for something minor.
Right,
You
right.
know, like I can't imagine my dad me like really needing something serious and my dad just choosing not to be there versus, like,
Jared.
he's I'm in a
Yeah.
different country. He can't get a flight in time type deal. Like
Right.
that's different. So
Well, because
that
even
messed me
with
up.
that though, I think that's part of it too, is that like even if there was a reason why, a good reason, legitimate reason why he couldn't be there, it would still hurt his feelings that he
Yes.
wasn't there. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's the first thing. The second thing, and this is where like it kind of bothers me a little bit. Like when he had said during COVID episodes, I think it was like season 17. I want to say when they were all doing Zoom and they were talking about the kids going back to school, and he was like, "Well,
Mm-hmm.
the little girls don't need me. The adult kids don't need me at a certain age. The little kids do." And that was the thing that bothered me because even as old as I am now, like my mom isn't here. My dad is still here. Like, so I call and
Mm-hmm.
talk to him, but my mom isn't here. And there are certain things, just life events that will happen, not bad stuff, just
Right.
things that you just wish that you could share,
Mm-hmm.
with pet parents, especially parents that aren't here. And so for him, like the thing that bothered me even way back then was Cody was taking a lot of that stuff for granted. Like
Mm-hmm.
you send your daughter off, she's getting a surgery, she'll be fine. I said earlier that she could have walked in a hospital and literally got wheeled out of that bitch, you
Right.
know, because something went wrong. But at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, she could have went into that hospital. Next time you see her is when you about to put her ass in the ground because
Right.
things
Like
happen during surgeries too.
anesthesia messes
Yeah,
people up. Like you just don't know. And to just be so cavalier about it, like, you're not gonna be a bitter old
bitterly.
woman. You're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like, sir, please kindly go fuck yourself.
Right, right.
Like
Fuck all the way
I
off. Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely. And then last thing, when it comes to finances, and this family just doesn't have it, it goes back to Isabel and her surgery. And this is where I get really like turned when it comes to Isabel's surgery, but with everybody involved. In particular, mainly
Mhm,
Cody, but I also get very angry with Christine.
mhm.
They knew like a good 4-ish years prior that Isabel was going to need that surgery.
Right, right. That's
There
true.
is no reason for as much money as they were making. There's no reason for Isabel to have not had insurance for
Mm,
that surgery.
mhm.
There's no reason for her to have gotten to that pain level that she was at before Christine goes, "Oh man, we got to get surgery before we got to get insurance before you can have the surgery." No.
Right,
No.
right.
I Christine doesn't get kudos from me. Like I am glad that she was a mom and that she showed up for her daughter and she went to the surgery with her and she took care
And
of
she
her and
fought
wanted her
for her to do
medicine.
it. Right.
That's what you're supposed to do. But
Mm,
the fact that they knew that this was most likely going to come, and it was going to come more than likely before, because I know you fall off of your parents' insurance at like 24-ish now, maybe
25 because of the
25. Yes.
Obamacare. Yeah.
You know that she was going to need it at minimum before 25.
Hmm.
Like the chances of her needing it before she even turned 18 was high based on what the doctors were telling you. You're still going to the doctors. Her curve was still curving. So I
Right.
don't understand why it had to get to that level where now all of a sudden, oh God, now you're scrambling. And that it makes me so mad every time I think of it, because even
Mm.
with Truly, like, with all the kids, Truly almost died just out of nowhere. you
Right.
know
Right.
you would think that you would just, like, hey, just in case, let's get everybody insurance, we can afford it. But no, y'all want to spend money like it grows on trees, and now look at your kids.
Mm. Well, I mean, I think what you're saying is fair. And
Hmm.
I'll say it this way because I see there's some people disagree, but
Yeah.
when you look at it,
Mm-hmm.
you have, it's not just Isabel, but you
Mm-hmm.
look back and it's not just Truly,
Right.
because you go back a little further. There was Madison,
Maddie,
who had
mm-hmm.
a emergency appendectomy, and there was
Dayton
Dayton
in his
when
eye.
he
Mm-hmm.
ran into a fence. And
Mm-hmm.
at that time, like, I think part of the reason why they had to sell the houses in Vegas, I'd be willing, part of the calculation was Robyn was going to lose her house
Yeah.
because they had a lien on the house because, you know, per what I said earlier, Robyn don't like paying bills. She get bills, she don't like paying bills. So because they didn't have health insurance on the kids, when he ran into that fence, you know, health insurance is one of those things, like, you don't really think about it, especially with young people, but the lack of health insurance and medical bills will cause foreclosures and has caused more bankruptcies than anything else. Like, people lose their houses behind medical bills.
Right.
So to not have, like, they're not poor people. They're
Right.
not poor people. They are financially well-off people. They're in the top. Like, all bullshit aside, we talk about Robyn and them not working. The Brown family has been in the top 1% of earners for the last, you know, what, 10, 15 years. You know, they've been in, they're doing very well financially. You know, so there's really, like you said, there's really no reason why they don't have these slight small investments. Like, if you can spend $60,000, $70,000 on dolls, you can spend, you know, $5,000 to make sure your kids have health insurance.
You know, and that's,
You know,
and there's private insurance, you know, like, I know that there was some talk about them like being afraid of the government or whatever. I'm sorry, that doesn't fly with me.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna have to miss me with that. Whatever indoctrination you got. Okay, if they lived in rural Utah, rural Montana, okay, I would give them that. Like, when, you know, McKelty fell off the horse and they're like, take her to the chiropractor. That is that mindset up there. Y'all live in the city and y'all have been city slickers for a good long time here. Even when they were in Utah, they were living in the city. So it's not really, but you know what I mean? So it's like,
no, I get you. I get you.
I can't.
I would
Go ahead.
I would just also add to what you're saying. I could see if this is pre-show.
Yes.
If you are on TV proclaiming that you're in a polygamous relationship, the fact that you don't want people to know that you have these kids or you're in a polygamous relationship is like the cat, the dog, or the horse is out the barn and the barn burnt down. Like, you don't have to close the door because there's no more barn. Like, the horse is free. Like, the news is out. Like, everybody knows that they, you know, how they were living. And so, like, how, you know, were they afraid? Nah, I don't think they were afraid.
Right. Pre-Vegas, them not having insurance, or like pre the show, them not having insurance, it's kind of par for the course for that group. So I can, you know, I can give them the grace for that. Them being that far removed from when the show started to where they were at the point that Isabel even was diagnosed with scoliosis, and they don't have insurance for any of those kids. You're not gonna. We're gonna have to agree. No, you're good. We're gonna have to agree to disagree, because there's no argument that you can give me that makes it make sense or makes me have any empathy for why they wouldn't have insurance for them, or even why Christine couldn't pay for it out of pocket. Like, girl, Robyn was saving. Why couldn't you save?
Well, I'll say
I know
this.
she wasn't saving. I know it's probably really, really expensive, but you know what I'm saying. Like,
I'll be honest. Like, I think that there is a point where, you know, for Christine's sake or for anybody's sake in this situation, you're better off having insurance, because the ironic part about it is, one, I think that they didn't have insurance or carry insurance because of Cody's influence. He didn't want to spend the money on insurance. So I think it was because Cody decided that we weren't going to do insurance for the kids, that they didn't carry insurance. But on the other side of it, this is also part of, you know, if I could talk to a younger Christine, or I could talk to anybody, this is you protecting yourself, because Christine was on her house by herself. If something were to happen to Isabel or any of her kids, because Christine was the only one whose kids, none of her kids had Cody's name on any of their birth certificates. So technically, Cody wouldn't have been responsible for nary a bill that would have hit that house. It would have all been on Christine.
Right.
They would have put a lien on Christine's house. They would have took Christine's house. They wouldn't have went up there and touched that McMansion.
Right.
So
Of course
it's
not.
part of her looking out for herself and protecting herself. I mean, I'm glad things worked out the way they did.
Yes.
But I'm just saying
Yes.
that, you know, her
It's-
looking out for herself is partly making sure you take care of that financial end. It's a little different. You don't have money, you don't have a house, you don't have stuff. It's a little different. It's a different calculation.
Yes.
But when you start to have stuff, your whole goal is to keep the stuff you have.
Is to keep it. So have insurance, and then the way she jumped at, like, oh, as soon as Isabel was in a whole bunch of pain, she's like, oh yeah, we got to get insurance. She wasn't scared to get insurance then. Like, I'm sure Isabel had been in pain for like Isabel was in pain for a long time leading up to when she was like, I can't take it anymore. Yes.
All throughout Vegas.
Right.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So it's like, while they're in Vegas and they were living in that cul-de-sac, and especially post Isabel getting that diagnosis, and you know she's going to have this surgery. You know it. Christine says it herself. We knew she was going to have the surgery. Why you don't have insurance until it's unbearable for Isabel? I can't do it.
Yeah. And this is actually one of the things that's kind of interesting for you know, when it's proposed that Christine and Janelle and Mary get their own show, this is one of the things that's actually going to kind of come out when they get their own show. You know, like, it's just, you know, you lose the because you know, not even to be an asshole about it, but when push comes down to shove, they are protected and shielded from some of the things that they do because they're standing next to two horrible people. You know, so you catch a lot of cover, you get a lot of grace, because like, at least she went to the surgery, like, you know what I mean, because Cody absolutely refused to go, and Robyn didn't force him to go, encourage him to go to the surgery, because Robyn should have locked his ass out of the house. Like, you got a child that's going to get surgery, you don't stay here, so you need to be at the surgery, or at least find a motel that'll take you, because you're not spending the night here. This is ridiculous. You know,
if Ari had bottle rot during COVID, best assured she would be getting surgery to fix her teeth, and Cody would be up there with her. And they would find the best person in the country to take care of it. So there's no excuse for why he didn't get it. And last thing, I'm gonna let you go. You make a good point about them really riding on the coattails of Cody and Robyn just being terrible, you know, in comparison. Because I will listen to their you know, Janelle and Christine, they do a lot of like different podcasts and stuff. They'll be guests on podcasts, and I've listened to them, and one of the things that has like really been irritating me is the way they address Mary. They won't, like, completely unprovoked. I don't talk to Mary. I can't stand her. I don't want to be her friend. Like, nothing. You're just like, they didn't even ask you about Mary.
Mary catches strays. Like, she catches strays.
We already know that you don't like Mary. We got it. It's cool. But like, they'll be just like completely. And so it just, to me, and that this is just me, in my opinion, it makes them come off so mean the way they address Mary, like them addressing Cody and Robyn, because they are kind of the bad guys. And I know that there's a past with Mary. I feel like they bullied Mary personally, again, my opinion. And Mary was just retaliating. That's going to be my hill to die on until anybody comes with some receipts to prove otherwise.
Well, you know, Christine and Mary were good friends.
Yes.
Yeah, they were good friends at one point.
personally, again, this is my typical. I think that they really made fun of the fact that Mary couldn't have more kids. I think that they said little slick comments because even on the show they would say slick comments about Mary not being able to have kids.
Right.
So and now and Mary's kind of like, I can't have kids. It is what it is. But when Mary was like full deep into like the fact that I can't have children and this is my life's dream, my life's goal. No. Yeah, I 100% believe that they were nasty to Mary. But regardless, the way they talk about Mary now in the present, where they're just like, oh yeah, so how are your kids? Mary could die and I wouldn't care. I can't stand her. And you're just like, where did we get here?
Right.
How did we get here? Like y'all are doing way too much with Mary. Like in that sense, I go, y'all got to keep Mary's name out your mouths because Mary don't say nothing about y'all.
Because I think that one of the things that is kind of precarious for this whole situation with all the cast really is that they are getting like the whole disagreement between the cast is getting a little long in the tooth because you legitimately don't have anything to do with each other. Like,
right.
Mary and Janelle, maybe because they have Coyote Pass and, Robyn and Cody because of Coyote Pass. But for the most part, all of you have lived separate for years now. And you're in different parts of the country. So you don't really have anything to do with each other. Christine, like you got a husband, focus on your life, screw the rest of them. So even like the comparison between David and Cody, right now it kind of makes sense for where we are in the show.
Yes.
But as we move on, it's not going to make sense. And if anything, it can turn because the question is going to be, if you're so happy with David, why are you still talking about your
Why are you talking about Cody?
So why? That I can see that being a thing too. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Yes. But that is it for me. I'm gonna let you get to these callers so we can all go to bed.
Okay, right. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Have a good one. All right. And we have Carmel Cuties up next. What's going on? How you doing?
I don't even know how I can compete after that because I had to take out a pen and paper and write some notes. Oh man. I was gonna go on the same hill as everybody else and, discuss the Cody being the dipshit that he is regarding Isabel's surgery. But Brittany brought up a few good points that now I kind of have to lean another way with this conversation.
Okay.
But overall, my key little notes that I wrote down back the caller before Elizabeth. I'm bad with names, so I forget your name, sweetie. I didn't forget you. I just forgot your name. But she had said how it could have been emotional on Isabel. She was a nurse herself, in Canada, and that to wake up and be crying for your dad and not knowing like he's not there and all that other stuff. But to now hear like, Cody pretty much wanted to have the attention on him, which I do feel that. I just didn't focus so much on that part of his fuckboy attitude about his kids.
Right.
Because my thought process is this. Like, I've been sickly. I have a son who has epilepsy. So there was one point my son was in the ICU for 8 days. He was having seizures back to back to back to back. And it started with the phone call from school because he was unresponsive for 17 minutes. And so, no, it's not surgery. You know what I'm saying? And there he has had surgeries in the past, but they're in and out. But to know that your child is sick and there's absolutely nothing you can do in the moment to help them, whether you're the mother or the father, it's the worst feeling in the world. To see your child hooked up to IV bags and round the clock monitors and whatever else, like that's a sight most parents never want to see.
Right.
And to know I'm looking at it from like Christine's end. Cody would have worked my everlast nerve if he did show up. And that probably would have added more stress onto her plate to try to fully take care of Isabel. He might have been flirting and, going on with the doctors and the nurses during a time where Isabel might have needed her pain regimen. Because I remember Christine was saying it took them a while to get her pain under control. I also had a niece who was born with spina bifida, who actually went through a similar surgery. They didn't do the fibers like Isabel had, but she was 13 at Stanford's Children's Hospital here during COVID, having the same procedure done on her back, and the pain that she was in, and it sucked because here in California, COVID hospital rules were my sister couldn't leave. She couldn't leave to
Right.
go home to shower. She couldn't tag somebody else because she's also a single mom. She couldn't tag somebody else to come in and sit with my niece while she just got a breath of fresh air. Like, I remember having to pull up to the front of the hospital and drop off like Uber Eats or something from a restaurant for her, and the nurse having to come down and pick it up because she couldn't leave the floor.
Right.
So I'm not sure what, obviously they let the camera crew in or whoever else on the East Coast for Isabel's surgery, but it was a lot of COVID protocols in place that, yes, made it safe for her to have the procedure, but to also know, like, yeah, Cody and Robyn can both kiss my whole entire behind when it comes to that. Like, I will never give him any type of brownie points, kudos, or, oh, yeah, you're a great dad, you're this, you're that, because that superseded everything.
Right.
But to even know like Hunter came down from his nursing program, hell, Mitch and Aspen had, quarantined for however long they had a quarantine before flying to the East Coast from Utah. Christine went there, of course, with Gwen, Truly, and Isabel. But to even know like her sister's family did what they needed to do as well, because that's where Christine was going to be staying before, during, and after the surgery. So Cody didn't care.
Right.
Cody didn't give a rat's patootie. And to even see Robyn's face when they went to the backyard after they got back to Flagstaff, I couldn't have. I couldn't have, because I would have flew off that porch and just decked her right in her mouth. I can't. I'm sorry. And I'm not
Mhm.
even a violent person, but in that point, yeah, I would have got to fighting, because there's just no way. I think somebody asked in the chat, do you think Robyn like was the reason Cody didn't go? And as much as I want to put the full blame on her, Cody is a grown ass man and he makes his own decisions.
Right.
But I'm pretty
Right.
sure Robyn dangles that carrot. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you can't do this or you can't do that. Or if you come back sick, I'll never forgive you. That's a lot of weight to put on somebody for your own selfish reasons.
Right. Well, I mean, there was because there was also a clip too where I haven't pulled it. I should pull it. But there was a part where initially part of the reason why the family assumed that it was Robyn's rules is because early on when COVID first started happening, Robyn had said that she didn't think it would be appropriate for everybody to get back together because she wanted
Right.
to keep things separate and she wanted to make sure that Cody was around. And then she
Right.
also made the contention that her kids can't sleep without Cody being in the house. So
That's not like a personal problem.
right. But that also feeds into the idea notion that when it came time for Cody to go see Isabel's surgery, all of a sudden he would have received some pushback from Robyn because my kids can't sleep unless you're in the house and you're going to go out there to New York and that's across the country. You're going to fly in a plane and you're going to expose yourself and risk yourself and you're going to be out there for months and months and months trying to make sure she's okay. And then what about my kids and what about our family and what about what am I going to do? And it turns into that whole thing. And Cody trying to appease Robyn very well may have assisted him in making a decision to, forego Isabel's surgery. But at the end of the day, like you said, I think I've said it like before. I know I've said it before. Like at the end of the day, Robyn can only do as much as Cody lets her do. And
Right.
it's on Cody for missing it, like, because he should have looked her in the face and said, look, my baby's going to get the surgery. I'm going to be there. Now, I might come back to the house and the locks will change, but I'm going to go and then I'll figure it out when I get back.
That part.
We'll figure it out when I get back and just let that be that.
But I even call bullshit on that, because he still left. Like, he drove. I don't even remember where the wedding was, but it wasn't close to Arizona.
No, he
So
drove to a different state.
let's just say it took him a day to drive, 2 days for the wedding and the wedding fiascos, and then a day to drive home. he
Right.
still was going to be gone, what, 2 or 3 nights away from Robyn and her kids, even still. So it was okay that he went to a wedding where he was around a bunch of people, no mask, no COVID safety protocols, no nothing. But you can't go to be with your child. Like, that's some selfish shit. I'm sorry, pardon my French, but it
Right.
is. It irks the living soul out of me to see kids get dogged out in that manner because
Right.
Isabel didn't ask to be here. Isabel didn't ask to have scoliosis. She damn sure didn't ask to be in pain. And now, with that whole thing on the table, when Brittany said about the insurance, it got me to thinking because I followed Christine pretty tough back then for her LuLaRoe page or whatnot. And she was coming on. She didn't really like to talk about the show too much, but she was saying how she was looking to get insurance and it took her a while.
Right.
And I don't know about Arizona, but here in California, like a lot of private insurance will easily deny you if you have pre-existing conditions. And I remember in between jobs, I didn't opt for the Cobra. So of course I made too much money on unemployment to get what's called Medi-Cal here, which is Medicare or Medicaid. But I didn't quite make enough to have paying for private insurance out of pocket. And one of the questions on there was, do you have children? And I said, of course, I had said yes. And
Mm.
they denied me because my pre-existing condition was I was pregnant at one point in time.
Mm.
And I thought that that was the world's most BS excuse. You know what I'm saying? We have Obamacare, we have this, we have that. How the hell are you denying me insurance because I had a kid 16 years ago? Like, pregnancy is not a lifelong disease. You know what I'm saying? I would have
Right.
thought they would have denied me for asthma or for being a diabetic or anything else that I have. But that was the main reason. And it was in bold. So I was just like, you got to be kidding me. But
Mm.
I'm not giving Christine a pass because, as the responsible parent of her 6 kids, she probably should have been better on that, knowing that, yes, she was diagnosed however many years ago. They told her back then it could be a possibility. And I have faith in God, and I understand when doctors tell you it's a possibility. I'm a planner. I would have got on the horn right then and there and start figuring out how to make sure my kids were covered just because things tend to happen. And I come from that era of if it can go bad, it does go bad. So I have to make sure that me and my kids are covered. But that's a normal mind. And I'm a single parent. I don't think like I have my husband here to help me, even if I only see him every fourth night. I'm not
Mm.
indoctrinated into a religion, a cult that's their way of thinking and they can't quite see past that. So I would, to piggyback off what Brittany said, I would think after having to deal with even Truly's experience, because I believe she had either just finished paying off those bills or were getting close to paying off those bills at the time, Isabel's surgery became a major factor for her. And
Right.
so to even have to come up with that $50,000 down payment, that told me a hell of a lot because yes, they were making pretty good money off the show by then, but it also says that Cody had a tight grip on that damn account as well because there should have been no reason Christine had to do all these lives to raise that $50,000 to get that baby the surgery that she needed,
Right.
especially seeing fast forward now Robyn spending however much frivolously on BS dolls. Yeah. That ass whooping Robyn got coming, it's definitely going to be worth it. But I feel like Cody needs to join her, and somebody needs to drop kick him in his mouth as well, because that's just
Right.
ridiculous.
Well, I mean, I think
You
that
know,
you also have to, because even with that, I think that part of her complication in finding the surgery or the insurance and why it took so long is because Isabel did have pre-existing conditions, and she
correct.
did have like her condition is such. The ironic part is that, like you were saying, like Brittany was saying originally, her condition was such that no matter who she got as far as insurance was concerned, she was going to have to get the surgery. And the
Right.
surgery was going to be very expensive. And it's
It's
ironic. I
it's
had a
right.
conversation with my brother earlier. The funny thing about insurance is that when you talk about McDonald's, McDonald's is not a hamburger business. McDonald's is a real estate business that sells hamburgers. That's the purpose of McDonald's. McDonald's does real estate. They just so happen to sell hamburgers. When you have insurance, they are in the business of collecting premiums. They're not in the business of making sure that your health is taken care of. That's not what their main objective is. Their main objective and the principle of their business is to collect premiums. So they don't want to spend money on your care, on surgeries, medication, treatment, so on and so forth. So that's why you get denied. But with all that being said, because you know that it's coming, just like the insurance company know it's coming, because you know it's coming, it does make sense for you to start securing surgery or start securing insurance, regardless of what Cody says. Oh, well, I don't want to get surgery. Well, we need to get the insurance just in case. We need to get insurance just in case you go down to the doctor's office and they say, you know what? Her spine is taking such a turn. If she doesn't get surgery within the next 6 months, next 2 months, there's a strong possibility she won't be able to walk again. Like you need the insurance just for that reason. And, there is a point where you say she should have pressed harder for it, regardless of what Cody wanted to do, but she didn't. And from that, you could say it could have been because of the way she was brought up in the culture and all that. But at the same time, those reasons don't fix the reality of what could have happened. She was very lucky, and all of them are very blessed for being in a financial situation they're in, for having the fame that they have, and everything else. Things turning out well, but things could have went horribly wrong. You know what I mean? Like you said, always plan for the worst thing could have happened. Worst thing could have happened was she needed the surgery. You didn't have the insurance, and you turn around and the show gets canceled.
True.
You know what I mean? Where do you go? Or Cody tell you to put it off, you put it off, till he can go. The show gets canceled, your money stops. Now all of a sudden you got to try to figure it out with no money, no insurance, and you need the surgery.
No, I definitely get it. I think at one point they were still in Vegas. I can't remember what season it was. It might have been one of the questions the fans had put in, and they were on the tablet, all sitting around the living room. But it was a question, I guess, that they did ask about insuring all the kids or whatnot. And so, and I could be telling this wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong, but somebody had stated that they basically pay for these visits in cash. And so if that is correct information, whoever's idea that was dumb as hell, because you're probably, in the grand scheme of things, you're wasting more money pay as you go or pay as needed than it would be to already have a plan in place and only use the plan when you need it. Because when the surgery did have to come up, she probably wouldn't have had to come up with such a large down payment, because they would have already had the premium plan and it would have been paid into for however many years, such and such. But to know that, at least 3 of Christine's kids had braces. Braces ain't cheap. Medicaid don't cover braces in most states. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure you've paid $2,500 to $4,000 or $5,000 per kid per braces. Why wouldn't you invest that money into some type of healthcare plan? But I also understand, Cody wore the pants way more in Vegas than he did in Flagstaff. And so once they got to Flagstaff, I kind of seen where Christine pretty much stood up and said, I ain't going for this no more. Like, this is my house, this is my queendom. Me and my kids have our routine, and I'm not about to let you come here and F none of that up. So she started getting her voice and her independence way more in Flagstaff than she ever did in Vegas. But I strongly feel, just like Brittany does, that it shouldn't have taken them that long, because living with chronic pain in your back definitely sucks. That's
if we're going to be fair about it, she took over in Flagstaff not out of sheer independence, but because of Cody's neglect. Like, he wasn't coming around. So she was a single parent by default. not by
Right.
choice. And I think that there's also a point too where if we take into consideration, like aside from the braces, which Nicole said that her grandson just got braces,
Let's
7
see.
G's, you know,
Whew.
Jesus, woo,
Yeah, my son
you
needs
gonna have
them,
some
but I've
crooked
been putting
teeth.
it off. My son needs them badly, but I've been putting them off because it's going to be a hefty bill, and I already
Yeah,
know.
yeah, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. But even then, like these were people who were not gentle with their children. They were not protective with their children. We made fun of Robyn. I think when they went down to Wyoming and the kids were up on the rock face, and
Right.
Robyn was telling her kids to sit down and come down and this, that, and other. Everybody was laughing because Robyn was being super protective of her kids. I might be protective too if my kids are up there with no insurance. You know what I mean?
Right.
You need to sit your
Right.
ass down.
Nah, we ain't even going by the bricks. Matter of fact, go
That's
sit
what
in the
I'm
car.
saying. I might tell them to sit down when they stepping off the curb. Like,
Right.
you know, but that was one of the things. Plus, this is also a family who would, you know, seasonally send their children down to be cowboys on a ranch, you know, a dilapidated ass ranch. We'll get
Yeah.
to that, but
Yeah.
like you would send your kids to go horseback riding all summer long with no insurance. Like, so it's like there's
Yeah.
all kinds of like craziness. When McKelty fell off the horse, you sent her to the chiropractor because you didn't have insurance. That's why she didn't go to the emergency room.
Oh, I
You
know.
didn't have
That I
insurance.
thought was crazy as hell because it wouldn't have
Yeah,
been me. Wouldn't have
yeah.
been mine.
And that would have been something that, like, I would be so concerned at the fact that, like, if something were to happen to her, like, especially out there horseback riding, people have gotten paralyzed. Christopher Reeves,
Right.
you know, people have, you know, you get
Exactly.
jacked up riding horses. So,
None of that ever makes any sense. Just the fact that to cover and be responsible financially, physically, mentally, spiritually, all of the leads you can think of for that many kids, even though they're broken up under 4 different households, that's
mm,
still a lot of kids to have to take care of. I
right.
stress about my 3, well, now 4 because my brother lives with me, but out of my 3 are all adults. They're over the age of 18.
Mm,
But I still worry, when my adopted daughter calls me from Atlanta, I'm either on a plane heading towards the East Coast or I'm running to Western Union to go send her some money because the kids need something. When my
right.
other daughter who's in college in Texas, I I don't care if she wants $10 to get her a McMini meal. I'm doing it because my children should never be anywhere where they don't have what they need. And even if they don't have what they want, if I got it, they got it. And that's just how it is. So I don't know what it's like to not be responsible. Like I got a sister who to this day I can't tell you if her children probably ate this week, if there's food in the house, hell, if she even still has a house, because she's like Cody. She flies by the seat of her pants. Whatever big idea in her head she gets, she goes with. And
Mm,
it's all about me first. And the kids come whenever they come. Thank God that their father's family, they don't live in California, so they're further away from me, but their father's family makes sure that the kids, for the most part, have what they need. But sadly, he loses every time he goes to court because where they live, they believe that the mothers should have primary custody, which is stupid to me because my sister is extremely irresponsible. But I say that to say that I don't know how the hell any of them did it. I don't, because as much as Janelle claims to be, so smart and business minded, her kids went without insurance as well.
right.
Mary just I don't know. I am no longer married, but that was a problem during my marriage is I didn't necessarily know how to let him lead. I didn't know how to be the submissive wife because he was an idiot and
Mm,
he would have had us broke, busted, and disgusted every time. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not cut from that cloth. I can't do that. I'm gonna pay my bills before I go have fun. And he'd rather have fun and not pay his bills. And so therefore we didn't work. So to say this from a single standpoint, there's no way in hell I can allow a man to stand in the way of me taking care of my kids. And that
mm,
may sound harsh, that may sound messed up, knowing the history of the Brown family, but it just ain't no way in hell. I'm sorry. I couldn't have been Christine. Isabel could not have been my child because I'm out. I would have left the family long before she actually did. Whether it was selling my house or he was still hell living in the cul-de-sac while all the rest of them left. It didn't matter. At the end of the day, my children come first. They will always come first. And to put a man and his selfish wants and needs ahead of my children will never be my story. So at the end of the day, like, it does suck that Isabel had to experience what she experienced. And then to hear when she came before she left him saying that stupid shit to her about, oh, you're not going to be one of those bitter housewives because your daddy didn't go to your surgery. Like, I felt like that was just throwing dirt in her face as if he just truly didn't give a fuck. But even he could have helped when they got back. Like,
Right.
Janelle was even offering to sleep in a damn, sleeping bag on the back porch to help Christine. Not once did Cody or Robyn raise an eyebrow, lift a nose hair, nothing to say, hey, Christine, what do you need? Because the vacation now is over. Hard work starts. She's round the clock care, round the clock medication. When did you come help?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I
Yeah.
think that part of his thing was it wasn't his responsibility because I think that that's 90% of the problem is that when you look at it, they I don't want to be a dick about it, but there was a lot of excuses being made for Cody in this situation where he was
Yeah.
allowed to do certain things and they were just, well, he's a great father because he comes around sometimes and he's awesome. But I'm telling you that you were being shortchanged. Like you were getting shortchanged
Massively.
at the end of it. So
Well, I guess the standards were pretty low because,
yeah.
Janelle stepdad was a dick, it seemed like. Mary's parents seemed to be a carbon copy of mean, mean, very mean like her. Christine really doesn't talk much about like her dad, but the way her mom made it seem like they just weren't compatible, so she had to leave. So it doesn't seem like, and we already know Robin's horror stories of a father, it
Mhm.
doesn't seem like they had much of an example of
Right.
what a true man and provider is supposed to look like.
Yeah,
But hell,
I think they were operating on low bars, but at the same time, it's just like like I just part of the struggle is the fact that when you see how poorly they were treated, and it's funny because I'm happy that Christine now has a guy. Like it seems like Dave is a decent dude. But one of the
hmm
funny things about it is that Christine talks about like, oh, when David, his wife passed, he raised his kids. And the way they talk about it is like, it's like, I can't believe he did that. Why would he raise the kids? What kind of man does that? That's amazing.
oh
No,
my
he did
lord,
what he was supposed to do. Like I'm going to give him
right,
credit because it's cool that he did it. But at the same time, I'm not giving you credit for doing what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do.
right,
You're supposed to
right,
take care of your kids. I wouldn't give Cody credit if he would have told Robyn to, kick rocks and he would have got on the plane and went out there with Isabel. I wouldn't be singing his praises. Dude, that's what you're
right,
supposed to do. You were supposed to tell you just failed the assignment. You didn't recognize the assignment. You were supposed to tell Robyn, I don't give a shit what's going on. My kid is going out there to the hospital. I'm going to be with her. I'm not going to stay the whole time. I'm just going to
right,
make sure that she goes in okay, she comes out okay. I'm going to make sure she is okay. Then I'll get on a plane. I'll come back. I'll take the 2 weeks, hiatus or whatever, and then I'll come back and I'll help you with the kids. But when she gets back out here, then I will be spending time at that house. And if that requires me to be out of this house while I go do that, then that's what has to happen. And that's what I expected him to do. And I wouldn't give him I wouldn't say, wow, Cody, you're the greatest man ever. You're a wonderful father. No, that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to say. But he just didn't
right.
understand the assignment, you know.
But he's failed at a few assignments. I'll just throw out this little tidbit and then I'll pretty much be done. But Gwen was hit by a car riding her bike. Cody didn't come to her rescue. Janelle went and made sure she was okay.
Right.
Same with, Savannah, the Christmas, she pretty much just got ignored. Even when, McKelty and all the rest of them came into town, Savannah, she was a casualty of war because he gets pissed at the mom, so he just says F the kids, which I think is a trifling attitude to have.
Right.
But also, like the day that, they found Big G's, when shit, Gabe called him up, he still didn't come. Like,
Right. Right.
I couldn't, James. All I gotta say is if I ever got that phone call, one of my children were no longer living, I don't give a damn. If I gotta fly to Antarctica and back to California again with no
Yeah.
money in the bank, I'm gonna figure out how to get a ticket. I'm out.
Mm.
There's no way, like, how do you boast and broad about you got all these kids and you call yourself a man because you made all these kids, but somewhere along the years you just stopped giving a care about these kids. And
Right.
just because they make it over the rightful age of 18 doesn't stop you from being a parent. And it damn sure
Yeah.
doesn't stop them from needing you as a parent.
So it's like the point of success. Success. They're 18 now. I've completed my task. It's now over. Like
Nope,
if
doesn't change.
anything, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Like if anything, when they hit 18, it just gets scarier. It's
Right,
scarier in the sense that you don't have, like, especially when they move out or they start to explore that independence, like you don't have as much, like there's not much, hands on the wheel. And it's just
right.
a lot of trust. And then, like, even to your point, like with Big G's, like I couldn't imagine that scenario, but I'm putting myself into that emotional space. All I would say on that situation is that I won't say that there's nothing that wouldn't hold me. I'm just saying that don't be in my way. Like if I'm
Right,
going, and if you're in my way, we're gonna have a problem. You know what I mean?
right.
Because I'm going through everybody, and I will, because that's a hurtful thing, and you're gonna be looking to hurt people at that point. Don't, like, I'm going to go see what's going on. No, don't do it. I'm burning bridges at that point. Like
I mean,
I
I
don't give a
feel it
shit.
with a
I don't give
blowtorch
a shit.
quickly.
Yeah. So I don't know why he wasn't there. I mean, hey, I'm not in that situation. Maybe he couldn't get himself up off the floor. I don't know. But I'm just saying that it's a rough situation, and it would be help,
Right,
like, because it's not just, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion. And again, I'm just saying, you're not just dealing with the loss of a child and the grief of that situation, but you had a situation where your other child had found him.
right.
So you could, like, it's not just being there for the child is gone, it's being there for the child is still here. and
That part.
and and it, Gabe's part, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but Gabe's part and for Gabe's sake, he at that point he could have used his father. That would have been a good
Right.
time for his father to show up. Like all the issues and problems you had in the past, it is what it is. But that would have been a time when he really needed his parents, and he
Yep.
needed as many people as he could get, because that's hard. Like you find somebody fell out at the bottom of the steps is rough. Finding somebody in a condition that he was in at his age, insane. Like that's enough to drive
Yeah.
people crazy. Like you'll lose all your
Right.
damn mind, with that kind of situation.
But you would have thought that that would have been the situation needed to bring those two closer to everybody else, and those two meaning Cody and Robyn, es-
Hmm.
essentially. And sadly, it seems like it pushed them even further apart.
Right,
Like
right,
you did not take heed to none of this to try to make things right with your 17 other kids.
right. Well, because I think part of it, at least the way it comes off on the show, it just seems as though Cody spends most of his time expressing how this has impacted him. And
Hmm.
he's not recognizing how any of this is impacting everybody else that he's coming in contact with. How does his
Hmm.
absence affect his kids? How does his absence affect his son? How did his absence affect the son that's not here? How does his son's passing affect his other kids, especially their direct siblings? Logan,
Right.
like I think Logan, Gabe, and Savannah was still in the house at the time. So, like, you
Yep.
had a lot of people who were there in that orbit dealing with the situation, and he was absent. He was just, Mr. I need to sit up here with Robyn and feel sorry for myself. Like, you got to get in the game, player. Like you got to dust it off and get your ass in the game because
Right.
they need you. You know what I mean? And that's the whole thing. Like being a parent isn't about just being there when it's fun or when it's convenient. The hard part of being a parent is being there when your children need you, even
Yep.
when it hurts you to see them in certain situations or dealing with certain events and things. You got to be there for them, and you got to find it in your heart and the strength in your soul to be able to stand strong for them at the time that they need you. If you be there for your son, and if you need to take 5 minutes so you can go fall apart in the closet, that's what you do. You put yourself back together, you get your ass back in there, and you help your kids.
Right.
But if you're not willing to do that, then I don't know what to tell you. Because going to get your daughter's ears pierced, that shit is cute. But you know what it showed me? Like parenting is you sitting there with
Right.
your son, talking to your kid about what church they going to. That's cute. That's cute. But you going down and actually being there for your kids when they need you, when they're struggling with things, that's what being a parent is about. So for a show that's about
Right.
family, this isn't really how family works,
Right.
you
I
know?
definitely agree. I definitely agree. But thank you. I needed to get some of that out myself because
Yeah, right. You ain't
yeah,
gonna be
I
able to
get
sleep
real
tonight.
tight
I got
when it comes to the surgery situation. I do too when it comes even about like Truly's situation.
you.
Then to find out like how they swindled Preston to sign over his rights and find out that Dayton was actually on a trip with Cody when the accident happened. Like all that just makes me mad. And it
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
the very first time I watched the season currently up to where we're at, I think I was a little naive in the beginning, the first like 4 seasons. And it wasn't until COVID when I did a rewatch that I started realizing y'all been full of shit for a while.
Right,
And then I
right,
was able to start seeing some of the stuff that I was like, oh, that's BS, that's BS. So now when I go back and rewatch certain episodes, I look at it way differently than the rose colored glasses I might have had on when it first started.
right,
Because
right.
I actually liked Robyn in the very beginning.
Okay.
But it wasn't until shortly after Christine had Truly that I was like, yeah, I don't know if I like her that much no more.
Yeah, right.
But
There's a
yeah,
snake
Robyn
in the
was one of my
bushes.
faves in the beginning, but it quickly turned. And once I seen that she was BS, I was like, yeah, no, I don't like her no more. So, but tonight's been interesting to say the least.
There you go.
So
There you go. But thank
I'll
you
go
so
ahead
much
and
for calling in. I appreciate you.
no problem. I'll be back in the comments.
All right. Have a good one.
All right, Jay.
All right. Last caller for the evening. Jenny Jet, what's going on?
Hi, James.
How's everything?
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me? I don't see the glow on my
Oh,
circle.
no,
So
I
I don't
can
know.
hear you. You're good. You're
Okay,
good.
okay. Hi. So, I've been in and out during your lives,
Hmm.
and the most focus I've been was bringing out Brittany. Just because I was very alert during that time.
No, it's no worries.
Um, so her subject was about the health insurance and no disrespect, Brittany, she gives so good view. I love her. You do really good. But I was so hyper focused on her, and then life happens, right? I have kids. I have little ones.
No, no. Yeah, I get it.
Okay. So I have notes. So yes, health insurance and money. Okay. It goes okay, so going back to that subject with Cody, Isabel, and Christine, it goes back to loyalty. Cody didn't want surgery for Isabel because if they can avoid it, therapy was next, right? It's cheaper.
Hmm.
Therapy didn't work. Going back to loyalty, Christine was loyal. This when it comes okay, when it comes to Cody and Christine, loyalty, right? With any wife. But really when it comes to this subject about Isabel and her surgery, I think loyalty with Cody is about money. How can he mingle with money, right? And
Hmm.
if you could avoid a big, and this was way back in Vegas, he avoided. This is how I picture it. You know what, Christine? She just needs physical therapy. Yeah, Cody, I think we can do that as long as I'm a loyal wife, right? you know? And yeah, Christine, that's all you have to do. And it obviously didn't work. So it goes back to two things. One, therapy didn't work. Two,
Right.
staying loyal to Cody didn't mean shit. Right?
Right. Right.
So then Mary comes along. She's not coming in between their surgery. It's just like the other wife, right? She set the standard to accept all the bullshit and live with it. She set that standard. Mary set that standard. Like, I'm not getting laid. My husband doesn't come around. I brought this new wife to him. So in some way, I'm favored. Like, it's just so weird. That really, like, I've talked to lives previous, like way back. Like, Mary, she reminds me of myself when I was in my early teenage, not even teenage, my early 20 years. Like, just being like, trying to put that perfect persona of myself for a dude that didn't mean shit, but I didn't know at the time.
Mm.
Right. And I thank God I never gave any of these people's kids. But if I did, man, I have a whole standard, man. And
Right.
the fact that, and again, I'm not, okay, she was in a cult, but in her youth, and then she has sister wives, and they're all together and they all have kids. How beautiful it is. But after some point in time, it's not happening for me. And I hate to see, I'm doing rewatches like no joke. Like, I'm seeing it. I've been a fan since day one. And I'm just like, every time I see Mary, I'm just like, you had so many chances to move on,
Mm-hmm.
So I feel really bad for her. But anyway, so then Janelle, as the recent season, as of season 18. Okay, I'm so sorry. Catching up to where I left off with about Isabel's surgery,
Right.
right? It's on hold right now because Cody wanted to wait. Christine is like, no, we cannot do this no more. And then I brought up Mary for no reason, I guess, trying to prove a point that she set the standard, right? So then Janelle, as of season 18, her relationship was friends with benefits with Cody. She said it.
Right.
So at that point, Christine went through with the surgery. Well, no, I'm not. I think season 17, like it just it already happened, and it was like already a done deal with that, and that's what liberated her, right? That made her move
Right.
on. So
Well,
season
season
18, yeah,
16, she had the surgery. Season 17, Christine left. Then season 18, Janelle left. Season 19, we're watching Mary leave.
yeah. So it with the surgery going back, it proves to show that Christine in some way was loyal. Okay, you know how Mary was loyal for some reason? For how
Mm.
long? And then with the surgery, you know how Mary had a list and we don't know what that meant? But I think Christine, for her to hang on, I'm gonna put the back burner for my child's surgery, right? Okay, you're not showing up, Cody. I'm gonna do this without you because
Right.
you'd rather be over there. And I did this without you. And obviously, Cody is trying to guilt trip her and Robyn for sure. Okay, do you think Robyn, okay, any of Robyn's kids, even though we all know that Dayton had a major like accident, right? It wasn't Isabel's back surgery was like, I'm not trying to compare both their pain, but hers was over time and his was an impact surgery, but his was dealt really quick.
Yeah. Well, because he was hurt. Well, he was disfigured. I mean, realistically, he was disfigured. That was during the time when they were in Vegas.
Yeah.
Part of that was the fact that they used Dayton's surgery and his need for surgery as a lever to get custody away from Dayton's natural father. That was a lever that they used. So Dayton was actually his condition was actually being used as a tool as well. Isabel's surgery was being used as a tool by Cody as a means to pressure or punish Christine. So either way, like the pain or treatment of those children were always used as a tool for something other than the benefit of those children. So I don't think Dayton benefited just because he was Robyn's kid. I think Dayton benefited because his dad at that time could have came back and took custody. And so what they did was, between Robyn and Cody, they stacked up a bunch of medical bills that Preston, Robyn's ex-husband, was going to be financially responsible for. And because he was on a financial hook for those bills, they said, look, basically, if you sign over these kids to Cody and let him adopt them without any problems, then we'll let you go as far as the medical expenses are concerned with Dayton.
Yeah, but that was
So,
yes, you're right. And that was a spontaneous event.
mhm.
Isabel was progressing, you know?
Right.
And not only
Right.
Isabel, and then Isabel was just like it happened, you know, and then you got Truly, and that's a whole other thing because she was neglected and you know she was dehydrated and whatever. But so it just shows like, okay, I think we all know, right, that he prefers Robyn's kids
Mm-hmm.
over Christine's, and it's just going to show that, you know, her loyalty, going back to Christine, the surgery that Isabel needed, I think that she pushed back Isabel's surgery because obviously Cody wanted that because he had other expenses in Robyn's house, right? And then Isabel couldn't handle it no more. So she had to do what she had to do. And that proved to Christine, I could do this by myself. Why do I need this? Why do I need this guy?
Right.
Right? All right. I think we established that. So now as a viewer, I would like a challenge from you, James. What would you like to ask? Like anything. Like what do you want to ask? I'm not trying to speak for the fans. I just want to be challenged. What do you have a question? I'm gonna keep it up in the air and I will try to answer it. I'm not saying I'm speaking for anybody. Is there a challenge question?
Oh, do I have a question about like sister wives or whatever?
Yes, of course. Sister, we're on the sister wives topic.
Right.
And let's just move. Yeah.
Well, I would say this, like, what do you think about the prospect of Cody and Robyn getting their own show?
Man, like that's you see, I'm put on the. I feel like I would watch just to see their downfall.
Mm-hmm.
Not as a fan. I don't know. I would hate to give credit to that, you know, because I'm like I'm low key about that. Like, of course I've been a viewer for how long, but I don't know how much they can give because it's all scripted, and if it's not scripted, it's all like manipulated. Like, do this, do that, say this, do that.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that the one crazy part about it is if they get their own show, they can't be scripted. Like, it won't be it'll be a little harder for them to script it out the way they would like to do it, to put themselves in a best light. And not to mention that by the nature of any television show, they would have to do something that would make themselves very uncomfortable. which is they'd have to find a source of disagreement. And it
You s-
can't be a disagreement in a safety place where they normally go, which is Christine, Mary, or Janelle. They would have to find a disagreement amongst themselves, which would
I don't-
probably destroy their relationship.
yeah, I don't see that happening. You know what I see more happening? I see Cody being in the House of Villains in the Surreal Life first.
Mm.
I
Right.
really do, and I wish to see him because I don't want him to exploit any more than any of his family members other than himself. He does a great candidate as a House of Villains and in the Surreal Life. It's all
Yeah,
about
the weird part about it is that I don't know if he is mainstream enough for some of the other shows like Surreal Life or even the House of Villains. Like so
yeah.
it's a weird place for him.
That's Bravo and yeah,
Yeah, because he would have
big
to be they would
yeah.
have to reintroduce him and they would have to say like why he's a villain and this, that, and other. People who watch the
Right?
show
Like his
for sure would
contract
know.
ended with
Yeah.
TLC and he's a
Yeah, but
nobody, like a has been.
yeah, I don't see TLC letting him go, not at this point. And
Yeah.
the only reason I say that they would probably get their own show at this point, and again, I'll be talking about it on Tuesday. But the only reason why I think that they might be able to loop their own show is because there's really nothing for them to talk about with regard to Christine, Mary, and Janelle anymore. Like they've already kind of eclipsed past Robyn and Cody. So there's nothing for the if TLC still wants to hold on to the possibility of Cody appearing on their airwaves, they're probably either going to have to give him his own show or they have to figure out something to do with him. Because it really doesn't make any sense. Like for Christine to still have contact with him makes zero sense at this point. Because unless they're going to like some family event or something of that nature, they have no reason to contact one another. Even with Truly involved, really. Like they're going to court, but they can't talk about the court case on the show because they have a court order not to talk about the court case. So it's just, I don't know. It's just a weird thing. Like I hate to say it, but I can see TLC giving them a show, because I don't think they
Okay.
want to let Cody the Golden Goose go.
So how do you feel about them being in their grand mansion right now? Like what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I can see them doing it because it's just them stunting. So both of them think that they deserve to have that success. And to them, I think it's more earmark of where they are in their status to have that big house.
Because
But
they're TLC royalty.
yeah, TLC royalty. Like I mean, legitly, I think that it's not even TLC. I think that they think that they're legitly like A-level stars. Like they're like, Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise, Denzel Washington, Morgan Freeman,
Wait a
Robyn and
minute.
Cody Brown. Like,
I have, and I'm not trying to downgrade your channel, James. I love you. Do you know, like, I have to come through this because all the people that I know, they don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
right. And that's the thing. I mean, because the reality of it is there was a time, and I tell my kids this all the time, like, there was a time where if you were on 3, 6, and 10, or well, I call it 3, 6, 10. It's KYW or WHYY, whatever. If you were on TV, you were famous. But now, because of streaming, because of YouTube, because of cable networks and so many channels and so much content out there, there's no big shows. There's no consistent show. There was a time when you could, a big show would come out. Was it Lost or something of that nature? Would come out and everybody was watching that show. You watch that show on Monday night or whatever. You show up on Tuesday around the water cooler. Everybody's talking about the damn show. You know what I mean? But you don't have that anymore. Like Real World or Housewives. I guess maybe back in the day it was Housewives or Survivor. Everybody was watching it, but now, like people, like Cody Brown. Who the hell is Cody Brown? Robyn Brown. What's that? So it's a different time now.
Oh no, they're famous on TikTok. These fools are famous on TikTok. There's so many parodies. It's well, I guess because obviously it's your algorithm, and I'm very invested in them.
Yeah.
So you see, like even progressing, over to TikTok, and I have siblings close to my age, and my youngest sibling, we're only 6 years apart, by the way, and she's a twin. She's the only one that we can relate to TikTok. We are one of 5. She's a twin. Her twin is MIA, my little brother. He's a gamer. I have 2 older siblings above me. They're not a fans of TikTok. It's only me and her in between. So, it goes to show, like, yeah, there's even when it comes to that, to apps in itself.
Well, like I said, I mean, it's just a different time now. Like, it's just a different time. So I think that TLC, like Sister Wives, still remains one of their highest rated shows on TLC. So I don't think they're ready to kill the golden goose yet. So I don't think they're ready to let Robyn and Cody go. But at the same time, I don't think that there's not enough meat on the bones to keep them involved with the Brown family. So they have to find something else for them to do, which is why I think that they'll try to give them their own show.
Yeah, exactly. But would it be yes, of course, the villains, right? That house of villains being Cody and Crybrows, and that whole sad oh my gosh, like, yeah. And then, like, independently, but then you see what, how a lot of people are saying, okay, Mary lives in this state where is Utah, Parowan, for her B&B, bread and breakfast. And then you have Christine living in Utah, and then now she supposedly bought an Airbnb in North Carolina. But then again, TLC has 90 Day Fiance when it's all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to say they can afford all these different just by Sister Wives alone. But then you have, and I know that's a whole different segment, but it's still TLC family. But they could afford to different countries, different continents.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of necessarily affordability as much as story cohesion. Like, because the storyline itself wouldn't make sense. Because if you have like even now, it's kind of long in the tooth for Cody and Robyn to still talk about like Janelle and whether Christine is coming back. Like, Christine is married. Like, she's not coming back. Like, she's gone. Janelle's not coming back. She lives in North Carolina. Mary, you don't want her back. And even if, so I don't know why you're still talking about them. Like, it's a possibility that that somebody's going to change their mind and return to you. Like, it's not going to happen.
I've been watching the rewatches, even just the last 2 seasons. You know how Mary likes to say, well, Cody never told me to my face. It's like, oh my God. When I watch the rewatches alone, it's just like, dude, he's been telling you since season how long ago? And as a viewer, I know he broke up with you.
Yeah, I mean, he said it a while ago. It's kind of sad to listen to because he said it back when like he started saying that he didn't want her. Like I said, it was like season 6
dude.
or something. I think when he was out there riding around, he was talking about like, yeah, I don't,
like
I don't care if this works or not. It was soon after he got the divorce. But according to her, if you listen to her story when she talks about it, she said that Cody had told her when they first got out to Vegas that he didn't want her.
Like as soon as she wanted her down with bar, You know, like, and there's a scene even after they had their fucking backyards and everything. She confronts Cody, you know, like, so what do you want from me, or where is it gonna be? And he's just like, oh, nonchalant, like, my home is literally 20 feet away from your backyard. Like, he's not saying that, it's just in his mind. It's just like, so put it then, right? Let it cement then. Like, we all know. So for her, oh, he didn't tell me this to my face. He doesn't have to tell you to your face. He's telling the whole world. He's just too chicken to tell you to your face because he wants your money, girl.
Right.
You're a
Right.
single woman with one single child who that child is successful in themselves, and I'm not wasting any money on you because you could afford to live your lifestyle and afford to feed them. So why are you still around, Mary? And it's so obvious. Like, okay, even if she wants to, she got rose glasses, right? Back then, moved to Flagstaff. She has a big old house, nobody visits her, and then she has to invite the couple, Robyn and Cody, to their home. She needs Robyn as a backup because Robyn needs her money, but Cody is not, you know. Come on, Cody. Give her a little rope. I need you. I need her money. Give her the rope I need for my fucking next ring. Whatever the fuck she needs, right? And he's not delivering that. Because it's been dead. But Mary is still feeding into that. Okay,
Well,
but that's back then, right? Yeah.
well, because that was also like when I'm talking about is there was one point where she had said from the beginning when they first got out to Vegas and they were still in the rentals. That's when he told her that he wasn't coming around because he was going to make her suffer. He suffered for
Yeah.
the last 20 years and he's going to make her suffer for the next 20 years.
But
That's when they were still in the rentals. When they first got out there, which means that in correlation to the seasons, that was season 2, episode like 2. I mean 2 or 3 when they got out
James,
to Vegas.
if you were to tell, let's just in a universe where you were a polygamist, if you were to tell that to a wife, what does that mean to you?
Well, I mean that means that you don't want to like. If I tell you I'm not, I mean basically you understand it. If I'm telling you that I'm gonna make you suffer, then it's not a love relationship. I'm there to punish you. You getting punished, like, and that's what he did. He punished her for the time that she was out there. So for whatever
Right.
I mean, to be honest with you, I think that she was at a disadvantage just because when push comes down to shove, this is the one thing, the one weakness that the OG3 always had was they saw Cody when he was broke. They knew Cody when Cody
Yes.
didn't have anything.
Yes.
And he didn't, I don't think Cody liked himself during that period. And they are a living, breathing reminder of who he was. So if you're sitting there and you remind me of who I am, I can't punish me, but I can punish you. And I think that that's why Mary found herself in the situation that she was in, where she was getting punished for him being who he was when he married her. Because when he married her, he didn't have anything. He didn't have a pot to piss in, a window to throw it out of. When he met Janelle, Mary and he were renting an apartment or renting a room from Janelle in her house because he couldn't afford to take care of his wife. And so I think that part of it stuck with him. When he gets to be with Robyn, he gets to pretend to be the man.
Okay, but I gotta put this out there. I've been rewatching. I'm a fan. It's not like I picked up out of nowhere. I've been a fan. Okay. I haven't picked up, and I know it's coming because I'm still in season 18. Okay. So it's coming where Mary, and it's very obvious that she said that of course I'm gonna marry him if he wants to be a polygamist. I haven't come to that episode. It's just like, Mary, why do you want to marry that guy just because he's cute and he wants to marry other women and you want to be that first wife?
Yeah, well, because that's part of their faith. Like, I think that,
No, okay, no,
that's the buy-in.
no. Okay. Cody was, and I'm gonna say it. Cody, in his youth, was an attractive person, and as we all were, right? We all been attracted to a certain person in our certain prime, right?
Mhm.
It doesn't mean that we're held down to that person. Mary, he's attractive, he's so cute. It has to do whatever I have to do to get married to that guy, and whatever he does, I'm gonna marry him. Oh, he wants to be a polygamist? I'm down for it. No, that's where we shift change, because we can't. Yes, all of us can relate that we're all attracted to attractive people. End of the story. We all are.
Right.
And but I never felt a union. Because I wasn't brought up that way. We weren't brought up. I'm speaking for myself. I was not brought up to a cult. I'm attracted to this cute guy. Therefore, because he is cute and he is in my faith, he has to follow my faith. No, he's cute. I think I'm cute. We both are cute because he thinks I'm cute, and we both messed around and it didn't work out. Move on. And
Right.
it, right? And I'm speaking for myself. I'm not trying to speak for nobody. I've been around and done around, and I'm not gonna say that being around is the thing. I'm just saying that it just happened in my path. And
Right. Well, I mean, I think that we have to put it in context of like I think that for most monogamists, that would be the case. But in Mary's particular case, I think that she was specifically brought up to be a polygamist. That like she grew up
yes,
in the faith. Like her parents, she grew up, her dad had more than one wife. Like
no, but
she grew up
James,
in it.
yeah, but James, in a I think it is in season, oh my gosh, season 17, 18. It might be season 18 because I'm rewatching everything. I'm rewatching everything.
Okay.
She said, for me to marry Cody, if it took for me to accept that he has to be a polygamist, low key, even though she didn't want to, she will do it for him.
Whoa, she never said she didn't want to. Because even in the book, they describe it as when Cody came into polygamy, he actually how he got to know Mary was that when his dad and his mom entered into the faith, he came back from his mission. And by the time he got back from his mission, his mom was like, "Hey, we're now polygamists. We're part of the AUB church." And he had to learn to accept that. Then one of the first people who he talked to mentor him into polygamy was actually Mary's dad. And that's how he got to know Mary, because it was Mary's father who had first started talking to him about taking wives and how to take wives and live the life of polygamy. And that's how he met and got to know Mary. And then Mary had introduced him, kind of led him down the way of polygamy as well. Because, well, I'll say this. There, like, recognizing that there is a substantive difference between theory and practice. I think Mary was all about polygamy in theory, but she was not necessarily about the practice of polygamy.
She wasn't
Like the
prepared for
actual
it.
part of doing it. Yeah, because it's one thing to talk about doing some shit. It's a whole different other ball game when somebody says, "Okay, here we are, let's do it," and you have to deal with everything that goes along with it. You know what I mean? All the good, the bad, and the ugly of polygamy. Like you might get a sister wife and you're not best friends with her. In addition to that, when they did take on a second wife, they took on Janelle, who happened to be Mary's sister-in-law, ex-sister-in-law,
Mm-hmm.
and they were going to get married on Mary's birthday.
I know, and that's that's the
You know.
only one thing I hate about Janelle, that she was just like on board, and then she had to have her Cody's mother and her mother-in-law to be like, no, do it the next day. Can we do it like 3 months from now? No, they do it the next day. I just can't believe it.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that they all kind of like, it's a weird
It's so
scenario where
stupid.
you get
It's so
lost in the
weird.
sauce, and you
That's
kind
so
of go
weird.
along with what the guys suggest, because you're the whole time, like it's easy for me to look at it and be like, this is stupid, but the whole time they're being told that the man has the best interests of the family and you have to respect his decision, because he's not just weighing what you want. He has to weigh everybody's wants, needs, and desires. So a lot is on him. So you have to respect what he wants and his wishes. And you're also reinforced with that mentality by them telling you that if you do disagree with him, you're not being saintly, you're not being heavenly. If you do have any jealousy or any real human emotion connected to this union, then that's a sign of weakness and your immortal frailty, because now all of a sudden you're jealous of another woman coming into the house, spending time with your husband. What's wrong with you? Like, and after a while, you start to think that there's something wrong with you because you're jealous that your husband is in the room next to your room, going to Pound Town with a woman who used to be your sister-in-law.
How is
That's a lot.
How is that mobile home going on, dude? How is a mobile home rocking and like?
Yeah, you can hear everything. Like, you can't tell me that they're not intimately familiar. I like, to be honest with you, like we had talked earlier about like them living in one house. Cody and them had always dismissed it as, oh, they were real particular about the kitchen. I don't think they were arguing about the kitchen. I think they were literally arguing about, there's some things in life that you see that you can't unsee. And there's some things that you probably hear that you can't unhear, that'll always kind of burn into your cortex of your brain. And your loved one, your significant other being pleasured by another person, I think is something
hounding, dude. What's going on,
right?
Dude?
Right. He didn't tearing it up, and you like, oh wow, I can't believe this. And all you got to do is hug a pillow. Like, yeah.
How is she making that noise? And I just go to sleep when he's fucking him.
Right. Or if he's in there doing stuff. And the truth of the matter is, I mean, the real, if we're going to keep it all the way real, it's kind of late. So we can keep it all the way real. If we're going to keep it all the way real, this is kind of nasty. But if we're going to keep it all the way,
dude, it's X-rated shit right now.
Yeah. If we're going to keep it all the way real, the truth of the matter is, who is Cody's two favorite wives as far as partners as it's related to us? Robyn and Janelle. These two
Janelle
women
said,
of
I
the four,
am friends with benefits.
Right. But of the four, these two women are the only two wives who have worldly experiences.
Right.
These two women were not virgins when they came into the marriage. They had previous experiences, not only with their husbands, but with other people, presumably. So, they are probably more, when Robyn talks about, he's had wives reject him and tell him that they didn't want to do certain things. That's because of the way that, it is what it is. That's the way they were brought up. They were taught, probably, man on top, like traditional stuff.
Oh,
so
man, that sucks.
And then when Robyn and them come in there, it's a different feel. So it's not a surprise that Cody got sprung. That she twisted him up. Not to get too dirty with it, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's not amazing. Like, I'm not sitting there, oh, I can't believe what Robyn did. Robyn probably didn't even do anything that was that crazy.
She just allowed more time for it.
Right. And she might be doing more stuff. Like she's just, it's not like I said, she's not doing anything crazy. It's just that she's
Exactly.
doing more stuff and she's more free, more open, and more accepting of
Because she
things that
has more
Cody may want to try.
time. Yes.
Yeah.
If
Oh,
I want a TV show and it's not gonna cost me anything, I'm gonna do what I have to do. I could be wrong, but you know, it doesn't cost me anything that I already know to convince this fool to bring me along. Like it's not a no-brainer.
right. Well, I
Because
mean, if you look at it from a term of like a pro, like there is a point or argument to be made that if Robyn is sitting there saying at the prospect of I can turn this dude out and get a TV show,
yeah.
or I could do the same thing for the guy who works at the Jiffy Lube. You know, which do I choose? Like, there's no reason why Robyn wouldn't go ahead and just, put it on Cody. And at that point, she's only doing it like once a week. You know what I mean? Like she could go crazy once a week. She got plenty of time to stretch, eat her vitamins, get a bowl of cereal, whatever she needs to do to get herself together, to get her mind around the fact that she got to be with this dude once a week. She can go crazy. And she can put it on Cody in such a way that this dude, when he leaves her house, he can't do nothing but think about getting back to her house because that's the one crazy place that he can go. In addition to the fact that, like I said, if she's open to more things because of the fact that she has done more things, she's seen more things, and she's been around and she has that experience versus somebody who has very little to any experience, like she was always going to win that case. Like, and that if that's what it came down to, something as simple as like physicality and money, she's always going to win.
Yeah, well, there you go. There we are, and it goes back to I don't know. I'm not trying to champion them, and we've been sister friends, fans for how long, and it's just I advocate for the kids, and it's just what it is. What it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's to be honest with you, I think that part of the downfall and part of the struggle is we talk about sister wives and these types of polygamous relationships is the fact that, it's presented in a way where it seems a lot easier and more manageable than it actually is. And I think that can create a problem in and of itself because it doesn't take into account the jealousies. It doesn't take into account the fact that if you have 18, 19 kids, that you can't pay attention to them the way that you should. And the way that, to be honest with you, the way that they deserve, they won't receive the attention that they deserve. Because you're too busy spending time with each one of those kids. And on top of spending time with those kids, you have to spend time with their mothers because those women deserve to have their time as well. But you can't spend time with them.
Yeah. And early on, what I could relate was that being in a Spanish household and an English media at the time, wow, they're polygamous and these white women are so nice. My Hispanic's mom, she's not nice. She's not a polygamist. Like
right.
She's a bitch. But these white women who are polygamists are so nice. Oh my God, they're a fairy. I viewed Christine as a fairy. So the fact that she did not like, I was how old at the time? I forget. I was young and she didn't like her fairy necklace. But you are a fairy and she didn't like it. It hurt my heart because she was a white woman, a soft voice, and I don't know, like it just felt like she should appreciate that charm because my Hispanic parents, it was way opposite, which is like dad works, mom is at home, hated her stay at home. Like it was just very diverse, like very different, but we could afford cable. We could afford other people's in their livings, right? Like,
right.
So it was just way back then. And now that as an adult, I could choose to, as a viewing, go back and do this and that. And of course, I'm going to follow them. And it's very different now, but not so much different. I just got to say, what as a child back then, I did not expect this for their outcome as an adult.
Mm.
Because it's a show, right? They gotta sell it to you. And I didn't feel like they had to sell it to me. I just felt like, oh, they're polygamous. What does that mean, right? My
Right.
parents are trying to make a living as it is. And then I'm seeing this on my TV. And I'm just like, wow, like this part of white people, this part of a white segment, not all, this does not represent. I'm just saying what I'm seeing. Blonde hair, white skin, whatever it may be, whatever it is, I'm seeing it on my TV. They're trying to sell it to me. They're not jealous. Okay. Wow. That's some strength. And then later on, I'm not trying to say that they were wrong. They tried their best. They did what they did. They needed some income for their big family and it didn't work out. And then it comes to Big G Garrison and we had to lose him. And I feel very bad. And here we are. Right? We have this whole, you bring the YouTube, you bring Sister Wives universe, and we all have to vent. We all need to, not even way before Garrison, we all just need to say what we need to say. And then I don't know, James. I'm not trying to put the pressure on you. I'm just saying I'm so glad that I get to speak in your platform.
No, it's no worries. It's no worries. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, James. I'm
All right,
sorry,
you have a
I'm not
great
trying
night.
to make it long. Thank you, you too.
All right, bye.
All right.
Awesome. Jenny Jet brought up some good points. One of the things I will say is that I think that with the presentation of Sister Wives, we were challenged to think that people could be enter into these relationships and not be jealous. And what the Sister Wives actually proved was there's a lot of jealousy. A lot of people are pissed off. Everybody's angry. Right? But I think that also, when you enter into these types of relationships, that is part of the road. That's part of what you have to deal with. You have to go into it understanding that there's going to be a lot of pain involved. There's going to be a lot of discomfort. There's going to be some uncomfortable moments that you're going to actually hurt some people, and you yourself are going to be hurt by these situations. You're going to feel like, even as a guy going into this relationship with 4 wives, 3-4 wives, not only am I going to hurt these women, not only am I going to make them feel neglected and left behind, sometimes feel alone, but there are going to be times when, even when I am surrounded by people and I'm constantly on the move, going to house to house to house, that I would feel alone, that I would feel neglected, that I would feel like I'm being used, that I'm not being appreciated. That's part of the trappings, I think, that exists when you're in these relationships. And that's what makes them so difficult. Nobody wins. This is not a thing where the guys are up top and they're getting everything they want and they're pulling ahead and they're winning. I think that everybody in this situation loses, especially if you aren't taking care to do this properly. If you're not doing this the right way, you're not coming into this for the right reasons, you're looking at it as a sexual outlet, or somebody is coming into it thinking that they're getting some kind of monetary advantage. I think that these ways will lead you to make those significant mistakes, which will lead to a road of misery. If you come into it with the right attitude, you come into it open, you come into it honest, I still think it's difficult. Because as with any relationship, one-on-one relationships, even though Cody will look at it and say, well, I was a polygamist and being a monogamous is probably so much easier because you're only dealing with one relationship. The truth of the matter is that dealing with one relationship is difficult in a different way. When you deal with a relationship as a monogamous, it's difficult because I'm dealing with the full throat of all shades of that relationship and that person that I'm dealing with. When they're up, I'm dealing with it. When they're down, I'm dealing with it. I don't have a respite where I get to disappear for 3-4 nights and go over to somebody else's house. And hopefully when I get back, they figured it out. So from that respect, being a monogamous is difficult. But at the same time, if I'm dealing with as a monogamous, I recognize that if I am a polygamist, I'm trying to live those monogamous tendencies translate into a polygamous environment where I'm dealing with multiple personalities. Then I have to recognize that I am going to drag them out, that I won't have an opportunity to be there and experience, grow, and shrink with the people that I'm involved with, nor will they be there when I am growing and changing and evolving. And I think that is a major problem with these types of relationships, especially if you're living a relationship where everybody is separate. So, just off the cuff and not even really putting a whole lot of thought to it, it would make more sense to me if you had a polygamous relationship where everybody kind of stayed in the same location, same house, so that way when things happen, everybody could be a part of it, everybody could grow, and everybody could change at the same time. Without that being present, I think that it fosters secrecy. I think it fosters a siloing of your feelings, your emotions, and what's going on with you. And I think that it opens up the door for you to evolve, grow, and then outgrow your partner. And that creates a separation. Eventually, it will lead to the destruction and the dissolution of your family. So those are my thoughts on it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with a player. I want to wrap it up there. Like I said, for everybody who is came in, joined the show, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for participating in the chat, keeping it chill. I want to thank everybody who called in. You guys are awesome. Everybody who stayed chill in the chat. Most definitely, I gotta celebrate the force behind the scenes, the super mods that I have, Lizzie B, Caramel Cuties, as well as Brittany Not Brittany. I appreciate you guys holding the player down. Let me give you guys a little something. I appreciate everybody. This is for everybody. I'm gonna just rock it all the way out. It's for everybody. Thank you guys so much. And hi from Japan. Hey Leslie. Thank you so much for joining us on the other side of in the land of the rising sun. Okay. There we go. Hello. About to close the show out, but welcome. But yeah, I want to thank everybody. Remember, you guys, if for those people who called in, I appreciate you. But if you didn't call in, but you want to have your voice heard, I'm going to do a special show. I think I'm going to do it on Thursday, where I have a show where I talk specifically or address the people who call into Speak Pipe and leave messages. I'm going to do a show, and that'll be the calling portion of the show where I talk to the folks who, or at least answer back to the people who called in and leave messages. If you want to call and leave a message, I have it down in the chat down below, and Lizzie B, right on cue, drops the speak pipe for you to ask your questions or leave your thoughts. The link is speakpipe.com/MyTakeOnReality. It's a great way for you to take 90 seconds. You have a 90-second clip. You can leave the message that you want to leave the way you want to leave it. And remember, if you leave the message, it doesn't go through unless you approve it. And if you want me to mention it, or if you don't want me to mention it online or during the live, just make a quick note before you start that, hey, James, between you and me, James on the QT, James, don't put me on live. Don't put me on a live. Don't use this, please. And then say whatever you want to say. It's cool. If you just want to say, hey, that's fine too. Whatever you want to do. But you can leave a message. That's awesome. All right, guys. I appreciate you hanging out. I'll have a members live probably sometime this week too. Might add 1 or 2. But I'm going to be doing other additional lives, and I'm going to be releasing some content. So make sure you keep your eyes open for those things. I told you I had to get my camera. I have a better camera. So I'm looking forward to getting that rolled out. But unfortunately, I won't get the other parts I need until later this week. But I'm going to do some lives. We're going to have some content coming. So make sure you check that out. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with a player. I appreciate you guys. Big salute to the super mods, everybody who left the super chat, everybody who joined the memberships. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Again, Lizzie B, Carmo Cuties, and Brittany Not Brittany. Thank you so much to the super mods. I appreciate you guys. Thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate you guys. I know you're here supporting the channel. I hope you had a great time. I know I did. We're going to have some fun this week, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, that like button, so you can be notified when I upload new videos, as well as when we go live. We're going to be going live a lot this week, so make sure you're hipped in. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. That's my take. I'm James. This has been My Take on Reality, and I'm out. See you. Oops.